here again for a second installment talking about the astrology of 2026. And this time it's going to be really focused in on rising signs. So go fetch your chart, go get from Chani Nicholas or AstroSeek or Astro.com. Any of those websites are just fine if you don't have your birth chart in front of you. If you don't have your birth time, which makes it really hard to know your rising sign, that's okay. Feel free to use sun signs. When we don't have anything else, it's okay to use that. Because everything I say today is going to be very tailored to rising signs. So, with that, one other caveat before we jump into all of which will be time stamped, all of the rising sign horoscopes. I want to talk about how best to use this information. So, of course, transits, as we're going to be discussing them today, this is the most common timing technique that we use in astrology that most people are aware of. If you're listening to me, you're probably aware of transits. But that's not the full picture. That's not the full story. There are other timing techniques that actually help us to prioritize which planets are important to focus on each year of life from birthday to birthday. So, for some years, Venus will be much more prominent and important for you, and other years they might not be. So, if you don't know that information, that's also okay. And if you're not sure, like, well, which planets are loud for me this year? Which planets are activated, as we say? And if you don't know that information, then just take everything I say today. Don't like see it as too much of a threat assessment. Also, don't get your hopes up too much. Take more of a middle road with things, with my interpretations, versus say you know who your time lords are and say it is Venus. Then later, when I'm talking about the Venus retrograde, pay attention to that. You might actually be noticing that transit more this year. If that's too much too fast, don't worry about it, but then take everything I say with a handful of salt. Long story short. That's just some nuance. It's some important nuance. It's a modifying type of thing with astrology. And this is also part of when I'm talking about the search term for it is annual profections and time lords. And I also mentioned this in the intro of the other 2026 video. So if you're listening to this one too and you're hearing all of this a second time, you're not imagining it. I want to make sure that I really give this public service announcement because otherwise it is just a lot of information to have to follow if you consider every single planet all the time. Other than that, as well, considering that the sky is going to affect each birth chart differently, one other major consideration to note today is that if you have a retrograde planet in your birth chart, when that same transit is happening in the sky, that those folks usually do a lot better with it. So for instance, if you have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart and then there's a Mercury retrograde in transit in real time, usually you will do better than the rest of us who don't have that in our birth chart. So that's another thing too, where when the sky is mimicking your natal placement or your natal planet's condition, that is where things usually seem to work better for people, feel a bit more aligned or easily flowing, almost regardless of what the what the condition is. So say if you have a Venus retrograde in Scorpio in your birth chart during or this fall, spring, during quarter four of 2026, we're going to have a Venus retrograde in Libra and Scorpio. And those people who have that in their birth chart, they might actually find that time really favorable, constructive, where maybe more important plot points in their life are happening and not in a bad way. So it's a very different message if you have this stuff in your birth chart. So these are just more modifying things to consider today. And again, if that's just like too much astrology, too quickly ignore it and, continue onward and take what you can take from it and ignore whatever is too much. Um, I think those are my caveats. Yeah. And if there's any concerns, of course, there's comments below. You can always email me. My email is aligninglighastro@gmail.com. And my website is www.aligninglightastrology.com. And that's where you can find my writing, my scheduling, if you want to book an appointment with me. I also have a newsletter sign up. A bunch of stuff is on there. So check it out. This is not my main thing. This is more of a consistent place I like to show up on YouTube around here. But my main thing and where I spend most of my time is one-on-one with clients. So that's where the bread and butter of my astrology practice is, and I would love to read with you. So check it out, www.aligninglightastrology.com. And I think that's the end of my intro. I think we're ready to go. So of course everything is time stamped. Listen to your own rising sign, listen to that for your friends, whoever you're kind of astrologically observing. Listen to all of them. And if you have any comments or questions, you know where to find me. I just said it. And best of luck with 2026. All right, Aries Rising for 2026. We're going to start with Mercury, who is going to be doing all of their retrogrades in your 8th, 4th, and 12th houses. And for you, at least part of these, the 12th and the 8th, there can be a lot of more behind the scenes or not as obvious manifestations coming forth in terms of the things that Mercury is going to be rearranging, reconsidering, replanning. And the third of these three places is your private life in some respects. So I'm not sure how loud or obvious externally you'll be experiencing this Mercury retrograde. It's going to depend on a number of factors, or these Mercury retrogrades in 2026. But know that the areas of life that are being kind of the focuses of this rearranging or rethinking energy are ones that have to do primarily with your home, private life, parent relationships, collaborations and shared resources, complex finances, end of life planning and management, end of life topics and death, and the 12th house of spirituality, your practices that keep up your mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health, those getting a second look over 2026. Having a second look at your internal landscape, any inner work. So, all to say, very interesting. And of course, if you have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, then these can be more favorable times, these three instances each year that we have Mercury retrograde, approximately. In birth charts, when people have Mercury retrograde, they tend to experience it in transit a bit more favorably. And additionally, if Mercury is not a Time Lord for you in 2026, you don't have to worry so much about those sets of transits. Moving on to Venus, similar caveats. If you have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, you might experience Venus retrograde as more of a favorable or just neutral time, maybe not as much of a struggle as the rest of us. And if Venus is not a Time Lord for you in 2026, you also don't have to heed much whatever I'm about to say. So, Venus retrograde is going to be happening in October and November of 2026, and it's going to be involving two specific buckets of life topics. So, in particular, Venus is going to be there doing their polishing, refining, reanalyzing, coming up with new approaches to partnerships, romantic, business, or otherwise, how you might work with patients or clients. Venus might be reconsidering or re-architecting that. And that retrograde of Venus in October, November may also not only be dealing with partners, but how you're sharing with them. Shared resources, shared time, energy, skills. So there might be a refining of those topics together at the end of the year. And then also the eighth house of death and end of life topics, inheritance, complex finances, all of those things maybe getting a second look at the end of 2026. So that's going on. And then that brings me to our other benefic, Jupiter, And as I record this for the second half of 2025 and the first half of 2026, Jupiter is in Cancer, helping to stabilize, support, or grow your fourth house of home, family, parents, ancestors, private life, your living circumstances, like your home. And that'll continue, those areas of life will continue to be supported by Jupiter through June 30th of 2026. Then at that point, Jupiter is going to move into Leo until July of 2027. And they'll then be stabilizing, supporting, even growing the place of romance, children, fun, creativity, self-expression. Jupiter will be helping all of those topics. And then if there's any challenges currently with any of those fifth house topics, Jupiter will come in more next year and help smooth them over. Um, I think a lot of people look at Jupiter and think of only the opportunity expansion piece, but it is worth noting how much they do simply sometimes stabilize and keep things even. And sometimes that looks like nothing is happening, but Jupiter is actually preventing bad things from happening. Very much like preventative medicine. It's hard to clock. Jupiter might be doing that in the fifth house. And Jupiter is also learning and understanding. So, learning, understanding, growing in that way with creativity, self-expression, fun, how you basically restore yourself versus labor and output, and the fifth, it's like, how do I express myself freely and have fun and do things not because there's necessarily a productive reason for it. Jupiter can be learning all about that next year. And any kind of learning or understanding related with children, sometimes it's the children who are learning, the children who are having the expansive experience with Jupiter in the fifth. So that's a nice note. And there are some modifiers to that, however, because bringing me to my next point, Jupiter is going to be spending half of 2026 in Leo with the South Node. And the lunar nodes themselves, they're going to be shifting from the Pisces Virgo axes to the Leo and Aquarius axes. And that happens in July of 2026 if you're using the mean node calculation. And that's really interesting because as much as Jupiter is this more controlled and stable growth, South node is decrease and lessening. And whereas Jupiter is stability, the South node is instability in some ways, because this is where the eclipses end up happening, and the eclipses are not stable times. So, what is it then to have an increasing influence and a decreasing influence in the same place at the same time? Anything that's being let go of, any even approaches to how you approach creativity, how you approach children. If you're a parent, your parenting style, you might be letting go things about that. And then very quickly, there's new ideas, new support, growth, understanding coming in very quickly. If this is an example around dating or romance, maybe letting go of one opportunity, but very quickly another opportunity presents itself. So, there's this void or this gap that the pruning of the South Node really does and creates. And in that void or gap or space, sometimes you want to maintain that, but sometimes you don't. And Jupiter's, for better or for worse, going to be, I think, filling in whatever you're pruning. It's almost like trying to prune back something that's like a weed and it just keeps growing. That can sometimes not be a good thing. Um, but all to say, very interesting, and it is going to change how I talk about Jupiter and Leo over 2026 into 2027, because I can't just say, oh, Jupiter's here in a vacuum, so it'll be stable and there won't be any shenanigans, even though I know that there's eclipses coming to these places. So, do what you will with that, and know that the North Node, then on the other side of that coin, is increase. Similar to Jupiter, Jupiter and North Node both do increase. The big difference is that Jupiter does stable reasonable growth, usually, when they're functioning properly. The North Node does chaotic, hectic, uneven growth, unbalanced growth, and or expansion or increase. So we have to wield it, have good boundaries around it, kind of make sure that we understand what we're working with. And that's going to be more in the 11th house. This is an increasing energy in terms of friends or groups. So, all right, more focus in 2026, the second half, and all of 2027 on groups and friends and networks. And then also the 11th house is hopes, dreams, and aspirations. So there might be an increasing focus on something that you're working toward second half of the year into 2027. So the nodes are going to be shifting their signs. And that again is about July of 2026. And my last couple notes here are about Saturn and Neptune, who both are going to be leaving Pisces pretty early in 2026. Neptune leaves Pisces in January, and then Saturn isn't close behind. They leave on February 13th of 2026. And then both of these planets will be in Aries for good for the rest of their transits there. Now, Neptune, I'll start with. They have been in your 12th house of hidden matters, mental, emotional, spiritual health, chronic health, or long-standing challenges. They've been in there for the last 14 years, so a long time, potentially making these matters confusing, having uncertainty around long-standing challenges or uncertainty around hidden matters, which is all very vague and hard to know about if it's hidden. The 12th house is chronic health challenges, of which Neptune may have been obfuscating or making confusing over the last decade or more. Neptune also is spirituality. And so, in a place that already lends itself to spiritual practice, things may have been rather spiritual. And those topics just doubling up on each other. Now, there's kind of an end of an era here, and Neptune is going to leave those topics. And so I have some hope here that with chronic health challenges or any long-standing challenge, there's going to be more clarity around those topics from here on out with Neptune out of the 12th. Issues with hidden enemies, they may become a little less confusing. Already going to be a little tricky in the 12th. But whether that's an external person who's working at cross purposes to you, there's going to be more clarity around that. More clarity maybe around the false stories that we tell ourselves in the 12th that kind of drag us downward. More clarity around any kind of internal challenges, much more clear about those internal landscape issues, challenges, solutions. So Neptune out of the 12th, hopefully less fog in dealing with the internal landscape. And that's tough work, but it's much more doable now with Neptune out of there. Saturn is also leaving the 12th on February 13th of 2026. And for the last 2.5, 3 years, since March of 2023, Saturn has been in the 12th, really making all of those 12th house topics go even slower with more challenge, with more difficulty, more delays and obstacles. Now that is moving on. In the first house, now this is these topics are also very important, and having both of these influences here on the first house of self, the whole you, this is not ideal, to be frank. It's not ideal, and it's not forever. So Saturn is going to be in Aries from February 26 until April of 2028. And during that time, Saturn has two sides to it. There's some favorable things. There's discipline. So Maybe over the last few years, maybe Saturn, maybe one of the good things they've been doing in the 12th is helping out with discipline around spiritual practice, maybe getting a little dose of realism around what's going on the inside. Well, now that discipline and realism is more pervasive and just generally around, which isn't a bad thing. Saturn is discernment, and that is exactly what we need when we have Neptune around. In some ways, Saturn can be an antidote to Neptune insofar as being reality versus illusion, realism versus fantasy. So, for the first 2.5 years that we have Neptune in the first, I actually think in some ways Saturn helps being here to give us a bit more bearings when Neptune is around. So, coming into your maturity, coming into your own wisdom, coming into your sense of experience in this life with Saturn in the first, also potentially feeling a little old, cold, or slow. So, all of those things might be going on. Saturn also is bringing a lot of things to your first. Now, I'm going to stop there because these are the exact things I was mentioning in pieces of content I have already created. So if you want to go deeper into what Saturn is going to be doing in your first, check out my rising sign horoscopes below that focus on Saturn and Aries entirely, as well as a couple other videos that focus on Saturn and Neptune being in this space. But just know that the challenges are, you know, they're still here in some ways, maybe even some challenges that you've been more working on behind the scenes or that you've been trying to figure out, but they're kind of diffuse or not easy to grapple or figure out. Those challenges become much more in view. And I think one of the first and best things in order to surmount a difficulty is to see it clearly first and then be able to address it fully. And we can't really do that as easily when things are in the 12th. We can do that much more easily in the first. So while it has its difficulties, I think part of being in the first makes it also within one's grasp to manage. So best of luck with that. And remember where the resourcing and the ease and the help is. And that is going to be in your fourth and fifth houses for the next year or so. Best of luck, Aries Rising. And let's see what's going on with our Taurus friends. So, Taurus Rising, you're going to be having your Mercury retrogrades in 2026 in your peopling places. So, Mercury is going to be doing their rearranging, their shifting around, rethinking of various relational spheres or the communication that goes on there. Any networks or groups that you're a part of. Those each are going to get their turn in 2026, getting a little refinement or polishing around that, and maybe even having some snafus. So know that if you have your classical Mercury retrograde, technological, logistical issues, they'll probably be happening in relation with others. So do your best with that over the course of 2026. And know that if you have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, you don't have to worry as much. They usually experience those times as more favorable. And if Mercury is not your time lord for the year in any capacity, then you don't have to worry as much as well about those transits for 2026. And then we have Venus with a very similar set of caveats. Venus retrograde in a birth chart means that Venus retrograde in transit won't be so bad, likely, and can actually be really important plot points in the life. And additionally, if Venus is not a time lord for you during this Venus retrograde at the end of the year, you don't have to worry about what I'm about to say very much. Now, for both of these transits, all these transits, I have gone into much more detail, specific date stuff in the other video. Check that out if you want more info. But for the sake of this Venus retrograde that is in October and November of 2026, we are going to see that really playing out specifically for Taurus rising in your sixth and seventh houses. And so with partnerships, Venus is going to be refining, polishing, reconsidering, reimagining. Maybe there's going to be some little hiccups in our usual relational things for a short period of time. For you, that's going to really be focused around marriage partners, business partners, best friends. So that reimagining or reapproaching of relationship, refining or polishing of relationship with those really important one-on-one people, as well as more professionally, clients or patients in the 12th. That's going to get a second look by Venus at the end of 2026. And included in those themes about partners or important one-on-one people, there also may be themes during that Venus retrograde around sixth house labor, chores. Who's doing the chores? Do we need to get out the chart with the stickers? I don't know. The sixth house is pets or animals. So there could be something around that that's having a second look taken at it. The sixth house is health, the upkeep of health, disease, recovery from disease. So there could be something temporary going on with partners or others and taking care of themselves. The sixth house is a place around pets, animals, labor, health, but also conflict. So anything around conflict, healthy conflict, how you approach conflict, that could be a topic at the end of the year. So do your best. I do have a whole video on Venus retrograde below, and I go into much more detail about those types of transits. And I will be covering all of these in my month by month forecasts when we get to them. Kind of, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But the next planet I want to discuss is the other benefic, Jupiter. Jupiter is going to be starting off 2026 in Cancer. And as of June 30th of 2026, Jupiter is going to leave Cancer and move into Leo, where they also have some dignity. They're not quite as happy in Leo as they are Cancer, but still pretty happy. And so the first half of the year, Jupiter is going to continue blessing your third house of short distance travel, mobility, your general community, what's around you. Jupiter is going to keep supporting and stabilizing your third house people relationships. So, siblings, cousins, in laws, aunts, uncles, relatives, everyone who's not your parents, basically. Sometimes even grandparents. So, Jupiter is helping out with those relationships. The third house is also communication, especially your regular and mundane communication. So, Jupiter helping imbue that with goodwill, positivity, favorability. The third house is also embodiment of beliefs, so how you're acting out what you believe, including, your ninth house big beliefs. And the third, this is like if you're a Christian and you're going to church or something. Jupiter is helping you find some really good practices or helping you to find fulfillment in some of those practices around your beliefs for another good 6 months. And finally, Jupiter in the third is going to be helping out with learning of new things, learning foundational things, or teaching foundational things. So it's one of my longest lists for the houses, but Jupiter is helping that stuff out right now. And then after June of 2026 till July of 2027, then we get a year of Jupiter helping support, stabilize, and overall improve the fourth house of home, dwellings, living situations, your past, ancestry. Jupiter also helping out, stabilize, support parent relationships, how you parent if you're a parent, grandparent relationships, the land, your relationship with the land. And Jupiter helps understanding of all of that. So, understanding can be difficult, but it can also be really helpful and great. All of the above, both and. So, a lot of understanding and learning around fourth house topics, where you live, where you came from, home, parents, ancestry, land, your private life. Also giving you potentially safe place to land at home or some liberation if you're in a difficult living situation. Jupiter can afford some amount of respite or relief from that difficult living situation or even find you a better situation. So that's where Jupiter is going to be helping out at the very least They help prevent difficulties, they help stabilize. At best, we start to see more of those opportunities, expansion type Jupiter things. And they're usually providing learning and understanding as well. Now, it's not as simple though, of course, nothing is because there's a whole sky here. And as much as Jupiter is an increasing type of influence or growing, expanding, the South Node is the opposite. They are decrease, letting go, clearing out losses. And so we have to put some of that together where if Jupiter is stability, and the South Node is bringing instability because the South and North Node, they mark where eclipses happen. So the eclipses here, as of July of 2026, they're going to be moving out of Pisces and Virgo and moving into Aquarius and Leo. And they're going to bring some instability. So I wonder how much Jupiter isn't just going to be keeping things kind of level and even, similar to how Jupiter, when they were in Taurus with Uranus, when Uranus was in Taurus, destabilizing everything, Jupiter came in and really just helped to like balance out the instability of Uranus. I think there's going to be a little bit of that here as well. So it's worth considering. And also, I'm thinking of a situation in which, let's say the South Node is having us let go of something, decrease or remove something from our life. And then in that space or void, Jupiter very quickly bringing opportunities to fill it in, for better or for worse. So it could be very helpful, or just really nice, like a very quick turnaround, like pruning a bush or a plant and then having it erupt with blooms afterwards because you pruned it or something. That's what this feels like. So very interesting. And then on the other side of that, we have the North Node, which is another increasing influence. So Jupiter is more stable increase, more reasonable, kind of even growth. The North Node can be more frenzied, chaotic growth or expansion or increase. So that is bringing us a little bit more focus to Aquarius for Taurus risings. That's your place of career and life path. So the North Node is really pulling your attention up into that career area, into topics around just the general life trajectory. And this is just going to be speaking to also maybe an increase in pacing here with the public life and the private life, with career, with the home, in terms of shifts or changes with those areas of life. And this is going to be the second half of 2026 all through 2027. So the nodes spend about a year and a half in each axis. So they'll be in Aquarius and Leo from middle of 2026 all through 2027. And then I think only one more point here. We got to talk about Saturn and Neptune. And they have been in your 11th house for a while. So let's talk about them each separately and then together. So Neptune has been in your 11th house for 14 years, for a very long time. And the 11th house is friends, groups, networks of people. And while maybe Neptune was signifying how spiritual or esoteric those friends or groups are, or maybe you're navigating that area of life intuitively or spiritually yourself, spiritual friends. Neptune can also be a lack of clarity, a lack of certainty. And so any kind of deception or confusion around friends or groups, that could also have been the case for the last 14 years. Those influences are going away. So from here on out, there should be more clarity about friends, groups, much less fog around those things, less deception around friends or groups, maybe also less spiritual influence. So that's the end of an era. And then Saturn, they are responsibility, challenges, delays, loss, grief, all of that around groups and friends. Since March of 2023, Saturn has been really challenging the friend zone for Taurus risings. Saturn is also discipline, it's responsibility. So taking on responsibility in friend groups or networks or organizations, that might have been going on the last few years. And now that is coming to a close. And now Saturn is going into the 12th and Neptune is going into the 12th. And that's happening. Neptune is changing signs January of 2026, Saturn on February 13th of 2026. And so now the 12th house, a place of hidden behind the scenes type things, which in itself is tricky and vague. Saturn is speaking to challenges around that, challenges around what is hidden, hard work around what is hidden. This could be hard inner work over the next few years, or let me rephrase that, working hard on your inner work. Being disciplined in terms of your spiritual, emotional, spiritual, mental, emotional health practices. So, any things that you do to upkeep the mind, the spirit, Saturn is helping you be more consistent with those. Saturn can be about commitment. So, committing to certain spiritual or mental or emotional health practices. Um, Saturn in the 12th is going to potentially compound topics around long-standing challenges, chronic health challenges. Saturn might make chronic health challenges more prominent potentially between now and April of 2028. So Saturn will be in Aries from February 2026 to April of 2028. So it's about 2.5 years, and it's not forever, but it can feel like a difficult time. Saturn loves the 12th. Saturn and the 12th have a lot of similar significations. So when Saturn is in there, it's just making all of the 12th house stuff even louder. So loss, grief, melancholy, loneliness, feeling excluded or actually being excluded. It can be any of those difficult 12th house experiences. I don't want to ignore those, but just know that it's not forever and remember where the resourcing is. So there's going to be Jupiter providing support, providing a friend, someone who will listen. And Jupiter is going to be providing that help and support from these third and fourth house places. So your neighbors, cousins, friends, siblings, anyone in your family, essentially, or chosen family, communities that you might be a part of or could be a part of, local spiritual groups. Those might all be sources of help and support if the internal landscape is pretty rocky. Also, the relationship with the land, that might also be really helpful over the next few years. So keep in mind the resourcing and more neutrally. Last thing about Saturn in the 12th. And I do have a bunch of other resources again about Saturn below. So remember to check those out because I give many more options for what Saturn could be doing, including bringing the ninth and the 10th house topics and mixing them into the 12th. So this could be where the career or the life path professionally starts to intersect with 12th house topics or groups of people, which can include people who are underserved, marginalized, disenfranchised. So a lot of service work happens in the 12th. If you're not dealing with your own suffering, you're dealing with other people's suffering or bearing witness or helping people navigate that suffering. So professionally having that be a part of the thing, be a part of the path. The beliefs, worldviews being informed by those experiences or things or witnessings. Long distance travel being for retreat reasons or spiritual reasons. Learning an advanced topic, continuing or advanced study on 12th house things, spirituality and suffering. So, any of that could be going on too. Lots of neutral things, some constructive things, and difficult things. So, not my favorite note to end on, but best of luck in 2026. And if there's any questions or concerns, you know where to find me. Best of luck, Taurus Rising in 2026. And let's talk to Gemini Rising. First, I'm going to start with Mercury, who is going to be doing their retrogrades in your second, sixth, and 10th houses. And this is your basically your vocational triangle. So you've got your resources, your money, your needs. That's very second house. Your sixth house, labor, the daily chores, the daily showing up for the thing. And then the 10th house, path, the 10th house, career, public life. So this is getting a reconsideration in 2026. There's going to be maybe small all the way to large rethinking, replanning, reconsideration of how you're doing these areas of life. So let that happen. Be experimental, try new things. Best of luck with Mercury. And of course, hopefully you listen to the earlier material. Caveats being, if Mercury is a Time Lord for you this year, these retrogrades might be a little bit more noticeable or quite a bit more noticeable. And if they are not a Time Lord, then you might not notice them as much. And the same thing goes for Venus, which is my next point. Venus is doing a retrograde in 2026. So they're going to be doing that across your fifth and sixth houses. And these are areas where that rule of re's, that redoing, rethinking, reimagining various areas of life. And in this case, it's going to be Venus, rethinking relationships, rethinking art, beauty, love, romance, how you approach any of those things. In the fifth house, this really doubles down on that. The fifth house being creativity, self expression, art, also children, rearing of children, pregnancy, conception, sex, sexuality. All of those things in late 2026 might be getting a second view, a review, and we can also see things coming back from the past. So, in the case of and I actually missed this thinking about Mercury retrograde. Things coming back from the past related to your vocational triangle of money, labor, and career. And Venus will likewise be bringing things back from the past, potentially having to do with romance. So this could be the classic getting a text from your ex type of thing. They could just be on your mind for some reason. Things coming back from the past. In the fifth, it can also be things that are fun, pleasurable. So perhaps this Venus retrograde will be bringing you back old games, old hobbies, old things that you used to do for fun. So it's not going to be all bad. Venus will also be retrograding in your sixth house of labor, chores, routines, health and disease, and pets and animals. So those topics are going to be getting a review at the end of the year as well. A rethinking, reconsideration, replanning, etc., etc. So the Venus retrograde for you is also, last note, going to be tying together these topics. So the sixth house topics of labor, chores, health, and pets, potentially being intertwined with fifth house fun, recreation, dating, children, and how those topics, there's so many ways that they could intersect. So that's going to be at the end, the last quarter of 2026. And then Jupiter is going to be moving from your second house of money and resources. They've been blessing that area as I record this at the end of 2025 for about 6 months. And Jupiter will continue to bless your area of finances and money for another 6 months until June of 2026, at which point they're going to be moving over into Leo. Now, Jupiter, they're happy enough to be in Leo, but their focus is going to begin to affect your third house of writing, communication, short distance travel. So Jupiter is going to be helping stabilize, support, or even grow or expand these areas of short distance travel, writing, communication. Jupiter helps us to learn and understand. So, learning and understanding about those topics or teaching anything related to, anything foundational. Jupiter is in here learning new things, teaching foundational things. Third house is also going to be your cousins, siblings, in-laws, your neighbors, also people who are just familiar in your day-to-day life. And Jupiter brings goodwill, harmony to those relationships. Jupiter helps to stabilize those relationships. So we get a year from June 30th of 2026 to July 27th of 2027. We get Jupiter supporting this long list of third house topics. It's my longest list of all of the houses. So the third house, finally, it is the embodiment, the regular embodiment of your beliefs, the regular practice of any beliefs or philosophies you hold. And so Jupiter coming in, learning new things, understanding, maybe teaching about some of those topics. And when I say embodiment of beliefs, kind of a general way this comes up is say, you go, if you're a Christian, you go to church. If you're me, I do my little fancy astrological oils on the right days at the right times. So, any embodiment of what you're believing in, this is an area that might be more fruitful, meaningful, fulfilling over the next year, especially the second half of 2026. Um, Now, it's worth noting, I guess, while we're in Leo, that the nodes are going to be moving in here. And so while the South Node and the North Node, they bring the eclipses into a place, and that can cause some instability. Jupiter's going to be helping to stabilize that a bit, but just so we're clear, there's always more than one influence. There's always going to be the rest of the sky that we have to read. And here we are getting this really interesting mix of energies, especially in the second half of 2026, where we've got an influence of increase and an influence of decrease together in the same place. So, one thing I'm wondering is I think this is going to come out in many ways, but one way that I think it could come out is as Ketu, as the South Node, is this letting go, decreasing process. Whatever is pruned, kind of cut away, edited out, the things that we're letting go of, whatever's whatever space we have, whatever void is there from that cleaning out or clearing out, Jupiter is going to be quick to fill that in. And sometimes that's going to be great and exactly what someone might want. And other times that is not going to be, that's not actually going to be the move. So, but that is what's around. So just so you know, it's kind of complicated and it's not going to be as simple as saying, Jupiter's bringing stability into a place because we also have the nodes that are coming in, which they come in the end of July, depending on your calculation, either July or August. The lunar nodes are going to be changing signs. And the North Node is bringing an influence of increase into Aquarius, into your ninth house of long distance travel, faraway places, beliefs, worldviews, any philosophies. You could have more attention drawn toward those topics. This is also a place having to do with astrology and divination. There could be more of that going on. This is a place of continuing or advanced education, university, certificate programs, anything that's continuing education or more advanced. The ninth house is also publishing or mass communication. So, these areas, this axis here of learning, communication, travel, beliefs, the expression of them. This area in the second half of 2026 is going to be getting the eclipses, which can really speed up the plot. It can have a lot more events happening in that kind of every 6 month eclipse clock that spends about a year and a half in each axis. So, best of luck with that. And the last topic we have is going to be Saturn and Neptune, who I'm kind of treating as a package deal. We're going to be having Saturn and Neptune both leaving Pisces, leaving your 10th house of career and life path, and moving into your 11th house of friends, groups, and aspirations. And so there's going to be this this influence of confusion, uncertainty, that is leaving your career. So if there over the last 14 years has been some uncertainty around the path, uncertainty around the career. Yes, and that period of time is coming to a close, and that lack of clarity, uncertainty is going to start falling more into the place of aspirations and hopes and dreams. What are you working toward? Maybe it's hard to see at this point, and maybe, it might take a little bit longer to flesh out that path. So, Neptune in the 11th of aspirations, meaning that perhaps that becomes a place of uncertainty or a lack of clarity. Or friends and groups, perhaps that becomes a place of uncertainty. And Neptune will be in there for 14 years. So it's not a fast transit, but it is one that isn't forever. Now, I'm going to be fair because I've been pretty mean to Neptune so far. They're also spirituality. And so for the last 14 years, you've probably been noticing, potentially the path itself, the life trajectory. Having more of a spiritual flair, really following that path based on intuition or, some other calling that's not quite evidence based. Now that is another period of time that's coming to a close. And the spirituality influence is moving more into the aspirations. So the aspirations might be unclear. They also might be, maybe they're very clear. Maybe they're crystal clear and they're spiritual in nature. Or the friends are becoming more spiritual, or the groups are becoming more spiritual. So those are two big things that I'm always looking for with Neptune in terms of the way that they act as a fog on the path or whatever topic we're working with. And they act as this agent of spirituality that brings in many, many things, including forgiveness, a sense of oneness or interconnectedness, unconditional love. Those types of qualities could be coming more into the groups or aspirations. So that's what Neptune's doing in 2026. They're actually going to make this shift in January. And Saturn is going to be leaving Pisces and entering Aries for good. So Saturn, since 2023, has been in your place of career and life path and slowing things down, making the path or the life trajectory feel heavy. Maybe you're having to work harder than normal on the path. There can be a weight or a sense of responsibility, like this sense of duty or obligation, really driving the path over the last several years, really since March of 2023. And it's not a fun transit. It's usually a time of a lot of responsibility, a lot of obligations, and just that heaviness that Saturn brings. There can be a lot of loss, dealing with a lot of grief on the path. Now that is coming to a close, and Saturn is going to be moving into the 11th of hopes, dreams, and aspirations. So now that sense of responsibility and duty is moving more toward what are you working toward and really feeling responsible for that and making that happen. Saturn is also going to be with friends and groups. So there could be chances to take on more responsibility in groups, more of a position of authority. So just make sure that's what you want because there might be, a potential for the next 2.5 years until April of 2028 that there is more responsibility in Aries. I have made a ton of content about Saturn and Aries, so check all of that out below. I have many links that are going to go really deep into all of those Saturn and Aries topics for the rising signs. So check that out. But they're a difficult planet in general. They do have good things about them. Their discipline, reality, having a realistic kind of approach to life. And so that will also be with friends and groups and what you're working toward for the next 2.5, 3 years. One last thing for Gemini risings. The midheaven in whole sign houses, if you use this way of cutting up the sky, the midheaven floats around sometimes. Sometimes the midheaven, the MC, will be in the 11th. Sometimes it'll be in the 9th. Sometimes the IC will be in the 3rd. Sometimes it'll be in the 5th. This is going to be a little modifier. If you're someone who has your midheaven over here and Aries in the 11th by whole sign, that means that those themes of Saturnian difficulties, responsibilities, the themes of uncertainty or spirituality, those are going to continue to affect your career and your life path for a little longer, unfortunately. So just know that exception to the rule, all of those influences that I said are going to be moving on to these new topics. They will be moving on to those new topics as well, in addition to continuing to affect your career and life path. And if you have your IC like this here in Leo, then topics of home, family, private life, usually fourth house things, parents, family, private life, your living situation, those things will also be affected by South Node and Jupiter. So there will be these influences of decrease and increase, these themes of letting go of ways of doing things and learning brand new ways of doing things. Some kind of opportunity, but some kind of letting go. So all affecting those that long list of third house topics, communication, travel, cousins, siblings, and also if your IC is in the third, it's going to affect an additional set of topics. So just to keep that in mind for Gemini risings, if you have your angles floating around, there's more to this story. So thank you for listening to that. And now I can send you on your way. Good luck. Best of luck in 2026. And let's look at Cancer risings. So you're going to be having the Mercury retrogrades happening across your first, fifth, and ninth houses. The self expression, the beliefs that drive the understanding of the self, that drives the self expression. And in terms of that little set of topics, Mercury retrograde is going to be having us reconsidering, rethinking, replanning, re understanding the self, the expression, the beliefs over the course of 2026. Also, the first house is identities, health, the physical body. The fifth house, that's going to be children, fun, rest, pleasure, sex, sexuality, dating, casual dating, date night if you're in a committed thing. All of those topics also getting that reanalysis, that rethinking in 2026. And Mercury retrograde can also bring things back from the past. So it can be that classic remembering things from your past about yourself, coming upon literally anything about your life from the past, or as it relates to romance, the classic kind of person from your past coming back in either actually by text or just maybe in thought. Maybe you're remembering them for some reason. Old art projects, old things from your childhood. It could be fun. It's not all bad. The ninth house also getting a reevaluation in 2026. So beliefs, worldviews, long distance travel. So leave early for the airport whenever the Pisces Mercury retrograde is. Publishing, mass communication, websites. So a rethinking of those, a tinkering with those concepts, those things. The ninth house is also politics, bureaucracy. So the Mercury retrograde challenges around those topics, especially around the Pisces retrograde. All of these things are getting a second look in 2026. And then Venus is also going to do a retrograde. And a note for both of these planets is, of course, if you have a retrograde in your birth chart, you're going to experience these as more favorable times, and you don't have to worry about my threat assessment very much. And depending on your Time Lord situation, based on all the other caveats I've given in my other video, if these planets are your Time Lord, then these retrogrades are going to be more prominent. If they're not your Time Lord, then you don't have to worry about them as much. So Venus is also going to be doing a retrograde in quarter 4 of 2026 across your fourth and fifth houses, really tying these top areas of life and topics together. And Venus is going to be doing their reanalysis, their rethinking of how you're approaching fourth house home, family, living situation. So it could be as simple as rearranging the furniture. It could also be something more abstract because Venus retrograde can sometimes have us reconsidering or shifting things in our life based on our values. So, say you value convenience and efficiency and you want to switch your pantry to a bin system. That would be a very Venus retrograde fourth house thing. This could be finding an old recipe from an ancestor. This could be bigger, more maybe more internal types of things, like maybe you value a certain way of furnishing your home and not, maybe using more renewable products instead of plastics or something. And you make out that switch in the last part of 2026. So it doesn't have to be like, oh, Venus retrograde and it has to do with my fourth house home. And it doesn't mean like the worst thing. Don't go to the worst space with that. It could be rethinking your relationship with parents or rethinking relationships with ancestors. In the fifth house, this is very much like there's overlapping themes here because Venus and the fifth both have to do with fun, pleasure, romance, sexuality, sex, all of those things. That getting a second look in 2026 or taking different approaches, things coming back from the past, good, not good, or otherwise. Rethinking, reconsidering the fifth house of children. Maybe the child is finding, maybe they steal your transit and the kid in your life, maybe they're finding that old game in their closet that they forgot about. So it can be any number of fourth or fifth house topics that are really going to come in with that Venus retrograde, which I described more in detail in the other video. And I also linked below my past Venus retrograde video, which is still relevant in a lot of ways. And I do a reading of the descent myth of Inanna, which really illustrates what we can experience during a Venus retrograde if you are interested in diving a little deeper. So that's Venus in 2026. And that brings us to Jupiter. So Jupiter is going to be doing a switch from your first house. They've been blessing your first house of self, mind, body, spirit, your identities, helping stabilize those things, maybe hopefully giving you a sense of peace or okayness, a sense of homeostasis or actual homeostasis. Jupiter can do all of those things, and they're going to continue to do that until June 30th of 2026, at which point they will go into your second house of money, resources, your time, skills, energy, any needs and how those are met. Jupiter is going to help with that. So they can stabilize money. They can also grow it. They can stabilize, your sense of, okay, what do I need? And help you figure that out and understand that. Or they can help you bring in things that help to get needs, all the various needs met. So Jupiter is going to be helping out in that area of life. And at the same time, we're going to be seeing the South Node that is really a very different energy in some ways. South Node decrease, North Node increase, Jupiter also sometimes increase. So we have this decreasing South Node energy and an increasing Jupiter energy at the same time in the same place in the second half of 2026. As much as I want to say very simply, Jupiter's bringing in stability, they might be kind of fighting against a force of not stability, instability, because the nodes bring the eclipses. And so this is going to be shifts or changes to resourcing, finances, money. And while there might be some letting go of some kind of resource, letting go of money in one form, what's interesting is Jupiter helps to stabilize things and support if that is going on, and or in that space or void, Jupiter is going to make things quick to come back in there. So, in terms of money, that could be really helpful in terms of rebounding if there is some type of loss. So it's an interesting combo. They're both going to be in here for a year uh, together. So that starts second half of 2026. And I guess maybe one last thing to note is with the second house, it can get pretty abstract. I was naming money, needs, resources. It can be the approach to those things as well. So maybe you let go of an old way of thinking about money, an old way of relating with money. Maybe it's more of an internal thing that's happening. Jupiter bringing a lot of understanding and clarity around resourcing, needs, money. And then the North Node is over here increasing in a place of drawing our focus to a place of shared resources, other people's resources, which is really interesting. Other people's money, your partner's money, complex finances, taxes, debt, inheritance. So I think that's the main point is just that there's definitely going to be more of a focus with these eighth house topics, especially in the second half of 2026. And that brings me to my last set of things, which is going to be the change of Saturn and Neptune from your ninth house of long distance travel, continuing education, advanced education, beliefs, worldviews, and publishing and mass communication, if that's relevant. Neptune has been in there for 14 years, making these topics of beliefs, worldviews, long distance traveler, faraway places, maybe confusing, unclear, uncertain. Any topics around publishing, mass communication, 14 years of navigating uncertainty, a lack of clarity, potentially deception in some cases. Um, so if you've dealt with any of that, know that that stuff is coming to a close. Neptune also brings spirituality, forgiveness, that type of unconditional love. So if it's not confusion, it could be some more spiritual influence on the beliefs, worldviews, on the reasons for travel, perhaps traveling for more artistic or spiritual or intuitive reasons, being more intuitive in your worldview over the last 14 years. Uh, Anything with publishing or mass communication that's gotten more spiritual or intuitive, that era is also coming to a close. Now, Neptune, Lord of Uncertainty, also spirituality, is coming into the 10th. So the path itself may be coming a bit more foggy for a while. And in the fog, we just keep taking the next steps that are skillful to take. But that might be the case, or the path itself is going to become more spiritual, more intuitive. So Neptune is going to be imparting their qualities on the path itself. And Saturn is going to be doing a lot of these same switches, but they have a very different quality. Since March of 2023, Saturn has been, in this fog of uncertainty, Saturn very much trying to see what is real, trying to understand what is real. There may also have been a lot of responsibility, duties, especially if you're in academia or publishing. You've probably been noticing a lot of responsibility or duties to do over the last 2.5 years. That is coming to a close. And also delays. Saturn can cause delays or challenges, especially around long distance travel. So that is coming to a close. That time of you having to leave early for the airport since 2023, that's done after. Just get yourself to February 13th of 2026. That's when Saturn leaves and you no longer have to leave early for the airport. I mean, you still should. I'm Saturn, so I'm always leaving early for the airport. However, it's going to be more forgiving moving forward. And now that planet of delays, responsibilities, duties, challenges is coming to the place of career and life path. So maybe you're taking on more responsibilities, maybe you got a promotion and you're going to be managing. Something like that could very easily happen. Saturn is commitments, so committing to a certain path, committing to a career, that could be going on. So Saturn is going to be in your place of career until April of 2028, and then they'll move on. But that is the era that we are entering into. And I guess maybe last thing, Saturn can be hard on itself or hard on you. Um, Saturn can be that hypercritical voice. So if you're being really hard on yourself about your career, about your path, being really hard on yourself about your legacy, even like what you've left behind, what you're leaving behind, know that you're a complex person and you deserve compassion. And so be nice to yourself over the next 2.5 years about the path itself. I think that's it. I think that's it for Cancer Rising. Best of luck, my friends. Let's talk to our Leo friends. So Mercury is going to be doing their retrogrades in 2026 in your water places of the 4th, 8th, and 12th. And if you have Mercury retrograde or Venus retrograde in your birth chart, what I'm about to say won't matter as much for you. You might have a more favorable time. So during the Mercury retrogrades, if you've got Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, dial down the threat assessment that I have in general about, leaving early for things and double checking all your communications and reading the fine print for 3 weeks. But if also Mercury is a time lord for you, you might notice these transits a bit more versus if Mercury is not activated, not a time lord, you might not be noticing them as much. But another interesting thing is that for all of the fire risings, the Mercury retrogrades, with their reconsidering, rethinking, redoing, they tinker with things. What they're tinkering with are these very quiet places or these hidden places of the self, the private places of the self. So I don't know how much the Mercury retrogrades, especially the ones in Pisces and Cancer this year, which all the dates are in my other video if you want those. So make sure you check out the other video for the exact, Virgo details. But the 8th and the 12th, when Mercury is going to be retrograde in Pisces and Cancer, those might be more internal or, just not very loud things versus like the 4th house, it's in your private life. So it might not be like other people know that you're going through a Mercury retrograde experience. It might be that you are cleaning out the gooseneck underneath your sink because it's clogged, or that you're rearranging your furniture. All of these things are possible with retrogrades in your 4th, but know that they're happening in these more private, tucked away locations where, they might not be the loudest transit depending on other factors. Which brings me to Venus retrograde. So again, if Venus is not a time lord, if you have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, you can dial down the threat assessment of Venus retrograde at the end of 2026. It's in quarter 4, especially around October, November, December. That's when we're going through the retrograde and the post retrograde shadow for Venus. And this is going to be happening for you in your 4th and your 3rd houses and really tying together these topics. So Venus is going to be reconsidering, reapproaching things related to home, family, private life, living situation, more rearranging of furniture at more of a small, neutral example. The 4th house is your ancestors, your relationship with those ancestors, the land, your relationship with the land. And the 3rd house is my longest list of all of the houses. So get ready, get a snack. These are the topics that the Venus retrograde could be working on, which I've linked videos below as well to more about Venus retrograde if you want to dive deeper. But the 3rd house is your siblings, cousins, in-laws, aunts, uncles, all the relatives besides your parents, basically. It can be grandparents. The 3rd house are your neighbors, your communities, anyone who's familiar in your life. The 3rd house is communication and learning, especially the learning and teaching of foundational or primary things. The 3rd house is short distance travel. It is mobility and moving around. The 3rd house is the embodiment of belief. So if you've got your big old beliefs in the 9th, the 3rd house is how you do that. Do you go to church or temple? Do you do other activities that help you to anchor into what you believe about the world? So that those are all third house topics, and that might be up for review or rethinking, reconceptualizing, tinkering in the last quarter of 2026. So, I can think of a billion examples, but just know that it's probably that Venus retrograde is probably going to involve both third and fourth house topics, and it's going to be mixing them together. So, the next order of business here is going to be Jupiter, who is currently in Cancer and will be until June 30th of 2026, at which point, though, they will move into your first house. And they're going to be in there helping to stabilize, support, bring homeostasis in the first house to the self, the mind, the spirit, so the intangible self, as well as the physical body as well. So Jupiter can help protect health. If you are having health problems, Jupiter can help find solutions, answers, a doctor who finally knows something. Even Jupiter in the 12th in Cancer, they're helping out, potentially helping stabilize health challenges, mental health, spiritual health, and that stability and help should continue into 2027. So that's nice to have. Uh, Jupiter is also opportunity, expansion, abundance, all those nice things that I think people like to talk about more. And they can be that as well. I like to think of Jupiter in the first as a sense of ease, a sense of confidence, a reassurance, a sense of like optimism, like it's going to be okay. And that can really be helpful. It can be a restoring of faith or hope. So hopefully that's nice for Leo risings in 2026, especially the second half. Now, there is some caveats here because Jupiter is this kind of influence of increase. And at the same time, the second half of 2026, we're actually going to have the lunar nodes changing signs. And the south node is going to be an influence of decrease. So what the heck is going to happen then? Because we got both decrease and increase happening. So the south node has us letting go of things, letting go of ways of being, ways of doing, letting go of real stuff. It could be you letting go of old wardrobe items that don't fit your personality anymore, leaving stuff at the thrift store. And at the same time, Jupiter then very quickly in whatever void or gap that is left by whatever is being released or let go of or lost, Jupiter is going to probably try to fill that space pretty quickly or provide an opportunity to fill that space. And you may want that, you may not. It's going to be context dependent. So it is very interesting that we've got both of those influences that are pretty different in some ways happening at the same time. They're also both depending, totally different set of interpretations for these points, these planets, I should say, is spirituality. Jupiter can be spiritual, the south node can be spiritual or more immaterially focused. And so if you're, between mid 2026 and mid 2027, having a lot more interest or curiosity about philosophy, spirituality, the immaterial worlds, yeah, that could very well be the case. So good luck with that. And then that also ties us to the north node here, which is increase, and it's in a different way. It's less stable. So Jupiter helps to stabilize things. It grows in an even, stable manner, usually, when it's functioning correctly. The north node increases in a more frenzied, chaotic manner. So we've got decrease and letting go, but some measured, balanced growth of the self at the same time as there's going to be this really increased focus, maybe even too much of a good thing, on others, especially one-on-one others. So marriage partner is going to be more focused for some reason on marriage partners, business partners, best friends, that those really important one-on-one things, relationships. There's more of a focus there. So, of course, in these situations of self and other, make sure that you are taking care of number one, making sure that you're okay so that you have a cup to pour from as a lot might be asked of you related to your relationships. So there's going to be a rebalancing. Those nodes bring some instability, but they also bring a rebalancing to things over that year and a half that they're going to be in there, which is going to be July of 2026 and all of 2027. So the eclipses are going to be in the place of self and other. And the eclipses can move along plot points much more quickly. They can help to, in that instability, again, restore some type of balance. So best of luck with those eclipses. And that brings me to my last point, which is a set here. I'm treating them as a pair deal. Saturn and Neptune. They're going to be leaving your eighth house of collaboration and shared resources, leaving the place of end of life, inheritance, death, and moving on to some other topics. So I'll start with Neptune here. Neptune, I'm going to talk about them in terms of being confusing, but also spiritual. So, for the last 14 years, Neptune has been creating confusion, potentially, or uncertainty around complex finances, death, end of life topics, inheritance. I would expect from here on out that there's going to be a lot more clarity and understanding around complex finances, sharing, your partner's resources, a lot more clarity around taxes, debt, more clarity around death or end of life matters. That's great. What Neptune's also been doing for the last 14 years in Pisces has been bringing more of a spiritual angle to matters and spirituality related to how you approach any of those topics I just said. So it's kind of funny to think about a spiritual approach to your taxes. I don't know if that one works, but a spiritual approach to end of life matters, that really fits and tracks as something that could have been going on for the last 14 years. So that era is coming to a close. Now Neptune is bringing their lack of clarity, their uncertainty to matters of belief, worldview, but also spirituality to belief and worldview. Ninth house is a place of divination and astrology. So more of a focus on those spiritual things in a spiritual place, or can being confused by those things. It's a place of long distance travel and faraway places. So leave early for the airport, at least for the next 2.5 years. Now, all the Leo risings, I need you to all leave early for the airport. Give yourself extra time anytime you do long distance travel. Or if you're driving like across the country or something, give yourself extra time because Saturn can be delays and Neptune can be confusion. Double check all your itinerary stuff. And potentially for the next 14 years. Ugh, I feel like the bearer of bad news on this one, but Neptune could be creating some confusion with long distance travel or faraway places for 14-ish years. So do your best. And then finally, the ninth house is continuing education, advanced education, mass communication, and publishing. And so Neptune going to be making those things maybe the path a bit foggy, uncertain, or spiritual. And when it comes to mass communication or publishing, again, Neptune can make that path a little unclear. It can also be that you're publishing something spiritual. Neptune is also glamour. I should say that. So, glamour might actually be handy. This is like having a really beautiful cover for your book or like some like kind of fairy dust sprinkle of glamour over whatever's being mass communicated, whatever's being learned about. So I guess be on the lookout, be wary of any like overly glamorous spiritual teachers. That's not usually a thing that goes together. Not saying you can't be fabulous and glamorous if you are a spiritual teacher, but look out for the weird gurus or whatever. We don't want that kind of thing because Neptune can be deception. So that's a thing. Watch out for propaganda. Everybody can be this is total sidetrack here, maybe, but no one is immune to propaganda. So it's not just you. This is good advice for everyone, no matter what. But Neptune in the ninth or the third feels like we got to be on an extra lookout for propaganda, for false information about beliefs, communication, politics, worldviews. Like, yeah, so watch out for that. Now, moving over to Saturn, they have been for the last 2.5 years, 3 years since March of 2023. They've been making difficulties, delays, challenges around shared resources, taxes, debts. Your partner's resources might have been struggling over the last few years. Difficulties, loss, around death, even. If you've experienced any losses over the last few years, that would be very fitting for Saturn in the eighth, whether it's like someone in your life or other, less important losses. Now that influence is leaving. And especially on February 13th, 2026, that's when Saturn is leaving Pisces for good. And now that influence of challenge, delay, loss, responsibility, all of that's moving on to the ninth. So challenges, delays around worldview, politics, beliefs, challenges or delays around long distance travel, hence the comment about leaving early for the airport. Delays around mass communication or publishing. If you're trying to publish something, it might be a slog. It might take longer. There might be a delay that you weren't anticipating. So take your time with that, or don't get down on yourself if it's taking a bit more time than you thought. Saturn is responsibility. So maybe lots of commitment and responsibility in the past with shared resources. Maybe dear Leo rising, you have been maybe very responsible for others the last few years. Now that's going away. So like take a load off, rest, liberate yourself from difficulties. And that responsibility is actually moving more into the place of beliefs, academia, continued or advanced learning, any kind of responsibilities you might be taking on there. Saturn is commitments, so committing to anything related to the ninth, committing to an educational path, hard work around an educational path, putting in hard work around your worldviews or what you believe. There's a lot of learning that happens outside of a classroom that I would categorize as the ninth. So, like, for instance, I've been doing this set of readings for the last year from Toy Marie Smith. That's basically like political science major type essays. And that would be a ninth house thing. It's not a class that's organized, it's just a long list of readings, but it's continuing education and it is a responsibility. So it can be, these can be, not super intense things, but if that's coming up. And a lot of people do have professions where they're required every so often to do this continuing education stuff. So you might be noticing, oh, yeah, maybe it is time I do that special training or whatever and get that done with. That could be what Saturn's doing up here. So check out, I have actually a ton of Saturn and Aries related content that I've already made, all linked below. I've got 3 different videos that look at this, this Saturn Neptune stuff. So check all of that out, but know that challenge is leaving one place and moving into another. And overall, I guess maybe last thing, which is a nice mitigation, is that Saturn is going to be in a trine with your ascendant, which means that that softens or helps to blunt whatever effect these challenges have on your overall life force. So in some ways, it can be a mitigation that Saturn hopefully isn't landing as hard on you being in this trine relationship. And then last little caveat, like it's saying here on my kind of made up, I just grabbed this date to illustrate the planetary placements for 2026, but it doesn't really mean anything exactly that I've chosen this date. But imagine that your midheaven here in a whole sign house system has floated into the ninth house. This might mean that Saturn's challenges, responsibilities, delays, all of that might be affecting your career including the ninth house topics. So, all that list of ninth house stuff, and also your career and life path. So, getting that promotion and ending up with more responsibility, that would really fit. Feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders about your path ahead, that would fit. So, just know that if you're a special person with a midheaven that's in the whole sign ninth, that Saturn's going to be affecting more of these 10th house topics of career and life path. I think that's it. I think that that's the last of my little details for Leo. Best of luck in 2026. And let's see what's going on with our Virgo friends. Okay, for Virgo risings, you are going to be having your Mercury retrogrades in 2026 happen in your peopling places, in your third, seventh, and 11th. So, this rearranging, reconsidering, rethinking, taking different approaches, all of those Mercury retrograde things are going to be happening across your relationship spheres. Also, all of Mercury retrogrades, difficulties with logistics, communication, technology, that's also going to be happening with people. So just don't be too hard on yourself. When the Mercury retrogrades happen, do all the protocol things that I describe in the other video. But leave early, under promise things over. It's like the under promise, over perform, double check details, read fine print, over communicate with people insofar as don't just assume people know things, even though we like to give them the benefit of the doubt, not during a Mercury retrograde. And caveats for this being if you have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, this might not be as big of a deal, might be actually a good time for you during these retrogrades. And if you have Mercury as a Time Lord, you also might want to pay extra special attention to these transits versus if they are not a Time Lord for you this year, then you can kind of ignore this whole section. Same caveats for Venus. If you have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, you might notice this period of time, the fourth quarter of 2026, as favorable or fine. But if you are like me and you don't have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, you might want to take heed of the concerns of just being careful around topics of relationship, pleasure, fun, yum yums. It's like the time when the cake might not turn out like the picture for most people. So beware of Venus and anything that could go awry with even just like meeting a friend or meeting your family, trying to connect with people. It can almost act a little Mercury retrograde insofar as I'm trying to go out with my friend to dinner and the restaurant is closed and they don't have my favorite item on the menu, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just be looking out for those things, being careful around October, November of 2026. And for the most part, for Virgo risings, this Venus retrograde, this reconsideration, rethinking, reapproaching topics, particularly going to be around money, resources, needs, how those needs get met in the second house, as well as the third house. So the Venus retrograde also tying in not only topics of money and resources, but also short distance travel, communication, how you communicate about money potentially, or how you communicate your needs and how you are able to get needs met through communication. The third house can be about siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, in-laws, communities, neighbors, pretty much everyone who's not your parents is in the third house. It can be any kind of change or shifting around those relationships, either temporarily or longer. The third house can be our embodiment. The third house can also be our embodiment of our beliefs. So we can have our big ninth house beliefs, but the third house is how we live them out. If we are Christian, you go to church. If you're me, I go do my astrological magic and all of my stuff that I do. I go to Sangha on Tuesdays. That's my third house. So there can be a renegotiation, a rethinking of those things in life and how you take care of your ritual life, essentially. The third house can also be learning and teaching of new things, learning something new, teaching things that are foundational or learning something really foundational. Um, one thing that's interesting is retrogrades can bring things back from the past. So, one thing I forgot to mention with Mercury retrograde in your peopling places, it could be that you're hearing back from people late, but you could also be hearing back from people from your past or thinking about them for some reason during those Mercury retrogrades. Venus here, while they're retrograde, they might be bringing things back from the past related to old things you might have maybe used to do in your ritual life, things back from the past, maybe an old bike, an old things that you used to drive around, finding something you lost in your car. All of that could happen and more. So definitely gonna the Venus retrograde, tie together second and third house topics, and that is at the last quarter of 2026. My next planet of discussion is going to be Jupiter, and Jupiter is going to be moving from Cancer, which they are currently, and they're going to be for the first half of 2026, blessing your friends and groups. Jupiter helping to stabilize friends and groups, or even expand and help you meet new friends or become part of new groups. Jupiter in the first half of 2026 is also helping to stabilize and support your aspirations and what you're working toward. Then, second half of 2026, Jupiter's going to move into Leo and they're going to be stabilizing, supporting in more of a behind the scenes role, helping to support your spiritual health, your mental health, helping to support your any inner work that you're doing, um, helping to give back maybe a sense of internal or core confidence if you've struggled with that. Jupiter can bring a sense of understanding to the internal world. So, a lot of help and support with 12th house topics coming at the second half of 2026. The 12th house is also about chronic challenges, long-standing challenges, including chronic illness. So if you've been dealing with chronic illness, sometimes Jupiter can be finding a better therapy, finding a better physician, finding a better understanding, or having some kind of obstacle removed in terms of navigating chronic health issues. So I always like to see Jupiter in the 12th for that reason when they're in decent shape. I did not love for particularly Cancer risings. Jupiter in Gemini in the 12th wasn't great, but Jupiter much better likes to be in Leo. They like to be in a fire sign, a daytime sign. And so that's going to help Jupiter function better in here. And then finally, if you find yourself in 12th house positions, if you are anyone who is disenfranchised, oppressed, anyone whose society is trying to impede, the 12th house includes marginalized groups, anyone who's experienced or is experiencing imprisonment or hospitalization. That can be a 12th house experience. Jupiter can help liberate people from those circumstances, can help stabilize or support people when they're in those difficult circumstances. So, again, this starts June 30th of 2026, and this support and help extends until July 2027. So, Jupiter can be helping in a lot of ways. Sometimes they're more like preventative medicine and they just keep a really bad thing from happening. And from the outside, it looks like nothing is happening. But stability and homeostasis is something that Jupiter can help with. And they can also help liberate from difficulties, remove obstacles. Now, if all of that is taken care of, Jupiter, we can see opportunities for growth or even more, abundance, even at the best. So they have this whole spectrum of activity, but they're really going to be dealing with some trickier topics in the 12th. And then finally, Jupiter in the 12th can be benefit from retreat. So going away from the busy sixth house hustle and bustle of life, finding some kind of retreat or solitude or alone space to heal. That can be a very Jupiter in the 12th type of thing. So, last thing, going back to the imprisonment discussion, I was thinking very literally as I was talking about that. However, think about, the lesser imprisonments. I would say ones, I mean, at the most in our control, usually the prisons of our own minds. So Jupiter can help free one from that. But other times, there can also be bad relationships where one can be kind of quasi in a prison of the making from a relationship. And so Jupiter, second half of 2026, first half of 2027, if you need to flee, it could be a better time to do that. So, didn't mean to get so heavy, but I mean, I think we have to on the 12th. Yay, the 12th. Finally, hidden things. I've said finally so many times. Hidden things are the 12th. I keep remembering more 12th house things. Uh, and large animals. So Jupiter can be help from large animals, therapy animals, horses, cows, or any kind of animal we're unfamiliar with or is like from a really far away place, or an animal that could kill you theoretically. Some kind of help from them, or if you need liberation from a dangerous animal or a large animal situation, sometimes people need to get out of owning a horse. Owning a horse sometimes is like owning a boat. Uh, this would be a time of being liberated from that. And hidden things, learning about hidden things, understanding hidden things, finding hidden things. And that can be rapturous, that can be really difficult depending on what you're understanding and what you're realizing or what you're learning that has previously been hidden. So, all to say, um, there's Jupiter and they're in your 12th. Now, moving on to my next set of points, we want to talk about the lunar nodes, and especially because now this is a really interesting modifier to everything I just said about Jupiter's stability and expansion, because what the south node does is they decrease and they make things unstable. So, I don't think it's as simple as saying Jupiter's going to make everything great in Leo. I think they're going to be somewhat trying to stabilize a bit of instability that the eclipses are going to be bringing the second half of 2026. There is a decreasing, letting go of certain 12th house things, maybe letting go of an old spiritual practice or an old way of managing our insides. And very quickly, in that space or void of what has been let go, Jupiter might bring something in very quickly. So that could be really helpful. And maybe if you want space, you might have to work extra hard so that other things don't fill in that space. On the other end of the lunar nodes, we have the north node, which increases. And so it's very interesting. Like the 12th and the 6th, they're going to be getting a lot of focus in the second half of the year. And these are spaces having very much to do not only with animals, but also health, wellness, disease, recovery from disease, both acute injury or chronic illness, all of the above. So there is more focus on here, and there might be more shifts, more rapid change in how you go about dealing with those areas, whether it's related to animals or health. And then finally, there's an increased focus over here in the labor department where we do chores, we do all the minutia of the day, and it is also the labor that pays the bills. So there's some focus or increase in that area. This could be more labor, more work for some reason, an increase in pets. But the increase of the North Node is less stable. It's the increase that can be chaotic or uneven increase. So be wary if you don't want more cats. There could be more cats. Um, this could be too many exercises on the list of exercises to do, too many health considerations, I think of too many with Rahu or the North Node, too many tasks, too many jobs, too much of that. So that can turn out so many ways. But just know that that influence is coming in July of 2026 and will be there throughout 2027. And my final pair of planets to consider in the year ahead We've got both Neptune and Saturn leaving your seventh house of partnerships and important one-on-one people and moving into the eighth house of other people's resources, your partner's resources and money, death, end of life topics, inheritance, debts, taxes, and complex finances. Wow, that was a lot of things. So, Neptune brings uncertainty or a lack of clarity. And that is something that they've been doing in your place of partners for like 14 years. Neptune can be glamour, it can be forgiveness, unconditional love. All of those things have been around the seventh, and now they're leaving. So there's a little less of that kind of oneness, but there's also more clarity. There's more solidity in a place that could use some. So I think that's going to be actually kind of a nice thing to have Neptune out of that very important seventh house. A lot more clarity there. And then Neptune is also spirituality. So maybe the other people in your life for the last 14 years have been either spiritual or glamorous or, some kind of Neptunian way. Now that's not going to be as much of an influence on the other people in your life. Saturn, for the last 2.5 years, since March of 2023, has been causing challenges for partners. Maybe the partners themselves are the ones that have been struggling through a lot of burden, responsibility, duty, loss, grief, death. That maybe the partners have been dealing with that. The partnerships themselves may have been getting quite a stress test since 2023. And the good news is that when Saturn leaves, that stress test is over, and that ends on February 13th of 2026. So partnerships should feel a little bit lighter, a little bit easier. The partners themselves should have more ease, hopefully less loss, duty, burden after February of 2026. So that should feel nice. And then Saturn is moving their challenges, delays, loss, difficulties to the eighth house of shared resources, death, taxes, debts. Now, them together, yeah, kind of tough stuff. So for the eighth house of complex finances, this is where asking extra questions, checking all the fine print, not being hard on yourself, especially if things are confusing. It's okay to be confused. Just keep going. Ask questions, get help. This can be the delegation of responsibilities to others. Saturn being the sharing of responsibility in the eighth. So, however, relationships need to flex or bend in order to share the load, that could be a Saturn in the eighth house thing. This is challenges, delays around taxes or debt. So, give yourself extra time to manage those things. Saturn is also mastery, authority. So, coming into your experience with all of these matters. With death or end of life topics. Now, Neptune is going to be maybe taking a more spiritual or intuitive, artistic, even approach to how we approach the end of life, how we prepare for that, how we go through that, how we support others going through that. So Neptune's going to make that a bit more spiritual maybe than you've had. Also maybe more unclear. Saturn is again going to be more responsibilities around end of life topics, your own even, not just other people's, but also your own in terms of, do I have my will? Do I have advanced directives? Do I have all these kind of nuts and bolts that unfortunately we have to put into place? Saturn in the eighth can be a really good time of just doing that, taking responsibility for all of those logistical, technical, financial things in your life that have to do with end of life, but also just complex finances. So Saturn kind of pushing through that uncertainty, pushing through any fog to find what's real, what is actually certain in this place. And they'll be here till April of 2028. So in some ways it's going to be difficult. In other ways, Saturn will act as a little bit of a temporary antidote for Neptune. So I think that's all I have to say about Saturn. And they can be a critical voice. So, as you deal with complex finances, sharing in relationships, reciprocity in relationships, don't be hard on yourself. It's a learning curve. If you're dealing with end of life topics, don't be hard on yourself. That is a very steep learning curve. So Saturn's going to be there taking responsibility. They're also kind of a harsh voice sometimes. So just be aware of that with those eighth house topics for the next 2.5 years. Oh, and finally, Saturn in your partner's resources. Saturn could be that your partners don't have as much money. Your partners don't have as much time or energy to help you. So it could be in that way a little continuation of Saturn in the seventh, insofar as maybe the partners themselves are doing a little better, but they still don't necessarily have all of the bandwidth. So that's one other possibility of Saturn in the eighth. Check out all of my Saturn resources below. I have 3 different videos that help dive into more depth on Saturn in Aries, Saturn in relationship to your own natal Saturn, and Saturn and Neptune. So all that is below. I also have a Venus retrograde video below if you want more information on that. And I think that wraps it up. So thank you for listening, Virgo Rising, and best of luck in 2026. Okay, Libra risings for 2026, you are going to be having your Mercury retrogrades in your second, sixth, and 10th houses. And this is basically a vocational triangle. We've got your money, your resources, your needs in the second house, your sixth house chores, showing up regularly, all the regular tasks you do to pay the bills and all the 10th house paths, careers, the trajectory. So that those are the areas of life in 2026 that Mercury is going to be reconsidering, reanalyzing, maybe rearranging some things and how or the approaches, how you approach these things. So that's what Mercury is going to be up to in 2026. Venus is going to be doing a retrograde in your first and second houses, and your Venus. So in general, that rule of re's with Venus, reconsidering, rethinking, reorganizing, kind of tinkering with, in your case, this is going to be the fourth quarter of 2026 and more October, November, the self, the identities, potentially the physical self, even as simple as like changing your wardrobe or the type of makeup that you wear or something like that. The second house is going to be about money, resources. So it could be how you invest in yourself, how you're able to support yourself or not, or the challenges around that. The first house is the health, the physical body. The second house, the needs, the support of that physical body, down to food, emotional needs, spiritual needs, all the needs. There's so many needs, and how you go about getting those met. That could be, these could all be areas that Venus is really polishing and refining in the second half of 2026, especially October and November. So that's what Venus and Mercury are up to. Now, it's worth noting if you have either Venus or Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, you might experience those times as more favorable or positive. And it's worth noting if either of those are not your time lord this year, you don't really have to pay too much attention to either of those transits. Venus retrogrades or Mercury retrogrades, if they're not your time lord. Now that brings me to Jupiter, who is going to be moving into your 11th house of friends and groups, network, the larger networks of people that you know, as well as the 11th house of aspirations. And Jupiter is a stabilizing, supporting, expanding influence. Now, they have been there as I record this right now. Jupiter is in the 10th house, helping to support and stabilize career and life path. They will continue to stabilize and support that area from June 30th of 2026 until July 25th of 2027. And Jupiter will then be taking their blessings from your career and life path and putting them more into broader aspirations, helping you out with general things you're working toward, as well as sprinkling their fairy dust on your friends and groups. So, if for whatever reason you have been lacking in friends or lacking in groups or networks, Jupiter in the second half of 2026 and the first half of 2027 is really going to help you out in that regard, expanding and growing these areas. Now, it's worth noting, so moving on to my next point, but it's related. The lunar nodes are moving from Virgo and Pisces into Leo and Aquarius around July of 2026. And what that does is it creates a bit of an interesting, or it creates an interesting counterpoint to Jupiter's expansion and growth. Jupiter is increase, but the south node is decrease. So when we have the south node, which is usually a letting go, a loss, a removal of something, it's a decreasing. Jupiter, I think, pretty quickly is going to be putting something into that void or gap, whatever's been let go of. Jupiter very quickly fills it. Now, I think some ways this could come out would be like letting go of an old way of doing friendship, and Jupiter brings in new ways of doing friendship, new understandings, literal loss of, say, friends, or a noticing like, hey, there's not very many friends. And then Jupiter comes in and brings more friends. So this could be, depending on the context, you may want some time in that gap or space without other things trying to come in, or you might want that space to be filled quickly. It's going to depend on the context, but it's a really interesting combo having Jupiter and South Node here at the same time. And while Jupiter is more of this balanced, stable type of growth or expansion, the North Node is a more chaotic type of growth or expansion. It's increase, but it isn't as stable as Jupiter. So, I was mentioning Jupiter bringing growth, but also stability. The nodes are not stable. So I do wonder if some of what Jupiter will be doing in Leo is just helping to offset some of the instability of the eclipses that will be here. So finally, with the nodes being where they are, and there's that decreasing energy in the 11th house that is being paired with Jupiter, there's an increasing energy in the fifth and a drawing of focus into the fifth house. And so, fifth house is going to be more important or more prominent in the life in the second half of 2026, all of 2027. And that includes fun, rest, creativity, self expression. And I would like to bring in the nuance that when these areas are a focus, sometimes that is the straight up, ooh, more fun, ooh, more rest, yay. But depending on your background, sometimes it's working through challenges and experiencing those things. It can be like, wow, I could really use some rest, and it's very hard to do that. Or I would love to be creative and self expressive, but I don't feel safe because I have trauma, and now what do I do? So it can be a lot of complicated kind of things in the fifth, if depending on how they're going. But just know that there's an increased focus on there, for better or for worse. And beyond rest, fun, pleasure, creativity, self expression, the fifth house is also children. So, increased focus on children, whether you have any or not. Now, I should say, all of these topics of the fifth, one of them could come up more prominently or increase. More like a few of them could come up, but not all of these have to come up. So for some people, children is not going to be relevant. But children is the fifth house. There could also be an increased focus on romance, dating, sex, sexuality, and I think that's it. I think that's it. So increased focus on the fifth for about a year and a half, starting halfway through 2026. And my last set of points here that I'll treat as a package deal are Saturn and Neptune. So I'm going to talk about where they are going to leave on February 13th in terms of Saturn. They're leaving February 2026. Neptune is actually going to leave Pisces first at the end of January in 2026. So most of 2026, we're going to have Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Check out, I have a bunch of videos below about Saturn and Aries and also Saturn and Neptune. I made whole pieces of content about that. So if you want to dive in deep about that or the Venus retrograde, I also have not this upcoming one, but I have a really great treatment about just Venus retrograde in general from our last one. And that's also linked below if you want more info on that one. But anyway, so Neptune. Neptune has been for 14 years, they have been in Pisces in your sixth house of disease, recovery from disease, pets, labor, and they're going to bring a more spiritual or intuitive approach or experience to those areas of life, more spirituality or intuition related to animals, labor, or health. And they cause a lot of uncertainty and a lack of clarity, which is not helpful in a place of health, disease, recovery from disease, upkeep of health. We usually want clarity around those matters. So the good news is that Neptune is leaving this place. So Saturn as well, they have been in Pisces since March of 2023. And Saturn is difficulties, challenges, delays, loss, grief, a lot of difficult things around topics that really are challenging when they're not going well, including health, pets, and labor. Saturn can literally be unemployment, a symbol for unemployment in a place of labor. And the good news is that they're going to be leaving those topics on February 13th of 2026. So Saturn's going to be moving on away from health, labor, and pets. So I hope that those topics will stabilize a bit more in 2026. Saturn, however, is moving into the seventh house of partnerships, one-on-one relationships, best friendships, anything like that that's very one-on-one. Patients or clients is also a seventh house topic. Now, Saturn can be commitment. So sometimes, especially if you're someone who is a day chart, if your birth chart is daytime and the sun is above the horizon, I see a lot of people get married when Saturn is in the seventh because they're committing very formally to a partnership. But any committed partnership themes coming up between February of 2026 and April of 2028. That is one thing I would expect from Saturn in the seventh. Saturn can be maturity, responsibility, experience. I see people who are building client practices when Saturn is transiting through their seventh and they're trying to build this long-term client practice or patient practice. So it's not all bad. Saturn can be really defining a relationship, defining roles, making it really clear who is responsible for what. So Saturn does that. And the partners themselves could theoretically, another potential is they could steal this transit. I hear that from Chris and Lisa. They talk about that on the Astrology podcast. The partners themselves could have the challenges, delays, responsibilities, and maybe you're having to witness them struggling or help them out as they are struggling. So between early 2026 through April 2028, that might be the case. And more on the difficult end of the spectrum, Saturn is challenges, delays, issues with partnership. It can also be a critical type of voice. So if you're feeling in the next few years being really hard on yourself about partnership, be kind and compassionate as much as you can to yourself. If the partners are getting a little bit more harsh, that could be what's going on. That's one possibility. So take that for what you will. Especially people who have a night chart. I want them to be especially kind to themselves around partnership and making sure that those partners, Saturn can be really healthy boundaries. So if anyone is not treating you well, dear Libra Rising, Saturn in the seventh can be saying no to that person, putting up healthy boundaries, anything to really frame the seventh of partnership in a way that is better. So it doesn't all have to be bad, but it can speak to working through a lot of challenges. So I'm sorry to end on that difficult note. Remember that Saturn is both constructive, sometimes very positive things, and other times it can be these difficult things. And sometimes it's not even going to be about you when it's in the seventh, it's more that you're bearing witness to what the other is going through. So, best of luck with 2026 Libra Rising. And let's see what's going on with our Scorpio friends. So, you're going to be having the Mercury retrogrades happen in your places of self, mind, body, spirit. Also, Mercury retrogrades in your fifth house of self expression, creativity, children, romance, fun, sex, sexuality. And the ninth house of beliefs, worldviews, long distance travel, publishing, mass communication, continuing and advanced learning or teaching. So, your first, your fifth, your ninth, they're going to be getting the mercurial reconsiderations, rethinking, reconceptualizing, reorganizing types of things throughout the year in our three little chunks that Mercury retrogrades always come in. So, allowing for that change or polishing or refining to happen regarding the self, the creativity, the self expression, the beliefs, with how you do long distance travel, allowing changes there, allowing changes in the fifth, and how you date or do creativity. So that's what Mercury is going to be up to this year. Now, if you have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, these three times a year might actually be more favorable, constructive, so you don't have to pay too much heed to the threat assessment here. The Mercury technological, logistical snafus that are probably going to be happening for the rest of us during Mercury retrogrades, for you, if it's in your birth chart, won't be as much. But another point to make, another modifier is that if Mercury is not a time lord for you by annual profections or other timing techniques, then you don't have to worry as much about the Mercury retrogrades in 2026. Okay. Or at least from your birthday to birthday and that whole biz. Now, similar caveats for Venus. If you have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, you probably don't have to worry too much about the Venus retrograde in quarter 4 of 2026. But if Venus is a time lord, you still might want to pay attention to it. It might be a time of really important things or, yeah, important moments in the life happening if the sky is reflecting what's in your birth chart. For the rest of us who don't have Venus retrograde in our birth chart, yeah, it might be a more difficult time for a couple months in October, November, but it won't be forever. And for you in particular, for Scorpio rising in particular, that Venus retrograde is going to be happening across your 12th house and your first house. So the internal landscape and the whole rest of the self, the hidden things and the visible things. Venus retrograde is going to be refining, polishing, bringing our attention to what needs to change around inner work, around spiritual health, emotional health, or mental health. Maybe changing, refining what's going on with the self, more about health. There's a lot of health stuff with the 12th and the first. Rethinking, reconsidering the relationship with the self. This could be a really fruitful time around October, November of 2026 to examine the relationship with the self, the dialogue, the internal dialogue that happens. What's the tone of it? Is it kind? Is it compassionate or not so much? That would be a good thing to do with, more constructive thing to do with 12th and first house transits. Um, it can be a bringing together of the 12th house experiences, suffering, navigation of that suffering, and integrating that with the identities, the overall selves. And finally, Venus retrograde in the first, in the 12th. Venus literally reconsidering aesthetic things about the appearance. Maybe it's a time to update the wardrobe, get rid of old stuff, bring in some new stuff. changing any approach to how one might take care of their physical self. And hopefully, with retrogrades bringing things back from the past, there could be a remembering or a finding of something that you used to enjoy. Maybe something from your closet that you forgot you had. Maybe like you forgot how funny you were and you'll remember, something you love about yourself. So, in the way that retrogrades can bring things back from the past or help remind us or have us remembering, that can also be the case. And that's not always so bad. So, best of luck with that transit. And then I do go into more detail. I have a Venus retrograde video below from the last one we had, with much more detail. And I also do a reading of the myth around Venus retrograde, the descent myth of Inanna. So check that out below if you want to go deeper with Venus retrograde. And then know also that, of course, I covered this in more technical detail with a lot of datey dates in the other 2026 video of general info. So check that out too for more details. And let's talk about our other benefic. So Jupiter, the first half of 2026, they're going to still be in Cancer, helping to support, stabilize, and bless your ninth house of long distance travel, continuing and advanced education, beliefs and worldviews. Jupiter helping to expand and support your horizons, how you feel and look at the world, and maybe even making your perspective a little more optimistic. The ninth house is also going to be politics, mass communications, publishing. And so, if you're in any position to need to publish, have a website, mass communicate anything, Jupiter is helping you do that. Second half of 2025, first half of 2026. And if you have any kind of bureaucratic visa, passport type application things to do, I would say you have better luck or better chance of success between June 9th of 2025 and June 30th of 2026. And then June 30th of 2026, Jupiter is going to move into Leo and start blessing a different area of life. They're going to overall stabilize and support the life path in general, stabilize the trajectory if things have been a little wobbly, help stabilize it, help support, stabilize career, help provide career opportunities, opportunities for one at all. Or if you're in a career, it could help provide opportunities for expansion or growth in that path. So Jupiter's helping out with a lot of 10th house things, your public life, your reputation. All of that's getting a little help from Jupiter, and they'll be in there until July of 2027. Now, what's interesting, and it's a segue into talking about the lunar nodes changing signs, but Jupiter is this increasing influence, whereas the South Node will also be joining Jupiter in July of 2026. They'll be in there for a year and a half, and they are a decreasing influence. So we've got increase and decrease at the same time. So I'm thinking if the South Node is having us letting go of something, reducing something, decreasing something, whatever space or void is left, I think Jupiter is going to pretty quickly have something growing in there, have opportunities to bring something into that area that we pruned or opened up. So very interesting. It's not as simple as saying, Jupiter's going to grow your 10th house because there's this decreasing influence. And it's also not as simple as saying, Jupiter's going to stabilize stuff because the eclipses bring instability inherently is what they do. So the instability of the nodes. I wonder if Jupiter isn't just going to be trying to stabilize something that is unstable with the nodes around. Very similar to how Jupiter helped stabilize Taurus when Uranus was in there. So that's a thing that's going on. And then finally, Jupiter is also about, one last thing about them, they are learning, understanding. So learning and understanding something about the path in general, about the trajectory of the life. Learning and understanding can be fulfilling, it can be rapturous, it can also be harrowing and difficult. So whatever understandings are coming in, I mean, understanding is inherently helpful. We want to make things clear and understood. But something about the path is being understood or learning something, almost saying a similar thing as being in the ninth. There's some continuing education on the path or taking up teaching roles. You might be the teacher on the path, or finally learning, understanding things about the career or the industry that you're in. Now, if we're talking about the south node being decreased, then we also need to talk about the north node's type of influence, which is going to be increase, which is funny because I was just talking about Jupiter being increase. Jupiter is more stable, reasonable growth, more even growth, sustainable growth. The north node is chaotic growth. It's not even growth. So it can be almost too much of something. But in any event, our focus is getting drawn down into the fourth house. The north node is increasing topics of the fourth. So there's some focus on the fourth and the second half of 2026 and all of 2027 in terms of parents, parent relationships, your relationship with the land or with your ancestors, some increasing focus on ancestry, or an increased focus on home or living situations and private life. There could just be an increase or more focus on having a private life. So that's what's going on with the nodes, and they are going to do that every 6-month eclipse clock. That's really going to push along the plot points and changes here having to do with the home, the private life, the career, the public life. So that's going to be the second half of the year. And that means I only have two more points to talk about, which are Saturn and Neptune. And so let's take them one at a time. So Neptune, they have been in your fifth house for a very long time. For 14 years, Neptune has been making things confusing around romance, sex, sexuality, children, creativity, rest, fun, pleasure. Neptune makes things foggy. Not quite sure how it's going to turn out. Not quite sure how to do this. Not quite sure what's going on here. Neptune does all of that, and that time is coming to a close. So after January of 2026, I suspect that there's going to be a lot more clarity and understanding going forward with children, romance, your sex life, your creative life, your self-expression. All of that should have a lot more clarity. Now, on the other side of that Neptune coin, Neptune is also spirituality, intuition, unconditional love. So, all of those things have been affecting the fifth house for the last 14 years. Creativity being very spiritual, the way of relating to children or relationships with children being more spiritually influenced. That time is now coming to a close. Now Neptune is going to be moving into the sixth house. And so a more spiritual or intuitive approach might be taken to health, pets, or labor. Neptune also is going to be creating some lack of clarity or some confusion around health, pets, or labor. So this is not helpful for finding a diagnosis. Neptune does not help us with clarity around finding out what the problem or what the disease state is. So do your best with that to just keep moving forward, doing your best, getting a second opinion if you need it, double checking your meds from the pharmacy every time before you leave the building. Maybe just call them before you even go. The sixth house, anything with healthcare, we want to be extra Virgo about for the next 14 years. Extra detail oriented, not going too fast that you miss things. So do your best and don't be hard on yourself if sixth house topics of labor, health, or pets becomes confusing or uncertain for some reason. Now, Saturn is the other last player here, and they are leaving. They've been in your place of romance, fun, rest, and children since 2023, making those things harder. Saturn generally making romance harder. If you're dating, it's been tough, I'm sure. Now, in some cases, Saturn is also commitment. So sometimes people get really serious about dating when Saturn's in the fifth, or the people that they're dating, it's more of a serious, like I'm looking for serious commitment. So that might have been the case since March of 2023. So Saturn has been, making the fifth house a bit more serious. Also, children maybe coming more into maturity over the last 2.5, 3 years. Saturn is a planet of who is old, mature, experienced, wise. And so becoming mature, experienced, wise about parenting or rearing children, or maybe the children themselves are becoming more mature. So that's been going on since 2023. And then also with Saturn, making rest or having fun potentially more difficult. Uh, Roadblocks, barriers, delays, rejections to having a good time. That's going away. So I'm very happy to have Saturn out of this place for you. I think it's going to feel more fun, less obstructed, more flowing, much more after February 13th of 2026. That's exactly when Saturn gets out of Pisces, February 13th of 2026. And then they're going to be moving into your sixth house. And so a lot of that challenge, delay, obstacles, but also maturity and wisdom coming to the place of pets, labor, health. So challenges with pets, challenges with labor, challenges with health, but also it could be that you are experienced, mature, and wise about all of those matters. Um, Saturn is responsibility and duty. So maybe the responsibilities and duties in the fifth house have felt pretty heavy over the last few years. Maybe the duties, responsibilities are going to be more with caregiving for others or service work, or maybe you get a promotion at your job and now you're a manager. The sixth house can be about taking more responsibility in terms of the chores or the labor at home. And then finally, with health, Saturn can be discipline or being able to be a bit more structured around health routines. So if you've been struggling to keep at something or having discipline around any kind of routine, whether it be for your home upkeep or for your health upkeep, Saturn is going to help with those things and probably make it a little easier to keep some kind of routine. And last thing, Saturn can be a critical or harsh voice. So don't be too hard on yourself if the daily tasks just keep piling up and it's hard to keep up. Don't be hard on yourself about your health, about how you're keeping up at work. Saturn's going to be too hard on you, or have you be too hard on yourself about these daily tasks and the labor and the pets. You're doing your best. So just continue to do your best and remember compassion for yourself around some of these topics. And best of luck in 2026. And remember your resourcing and where the growth and expansion is. So while there is a lot of work to do on the daily, it's really not holding back the kind of favorability, Jupiter's ability to stabilize, expand, grow, make things feel good and better. They're much less impeded in 2026 than they have been. Jupiter and Saturn moving into a trine instead of a square makes this much more growthy and much less about the growing pains, if you will. So, best of luck, Scorpio Rising. I hope 2026 is excellent to you. And let's talk to your Sagittarius neighbors. Sag Rising. You are going to be having your Mercury retrogrades happening in some of your more quiet places in the private life, in the place of more the internal world, or even maybe having to do with just things that aren't as public or known to people around you. So Mercury retrogrades are often about rethinking, re-strategizing, or planning, kind of retooling or refining something. And they're going to be doing that in more of a hidden, kind of quieter way, I think, in 2026 for you. Now, one exception to that would be Mercury retrogrades in the fourth, also having to do with parents, living situations, and knowing that Mercury retrograde can be technological or communication or logistical challenges, misunderstandings, lost information, not having enough information, all of those things. Do your best. I give a lot of specific info in the other video about 2026. I give all the dates for when the Mercury retrogrades are and protocols in that video for how you want to handle those. But in general, just know that it's not going to be everywhere. It's going to be more concentrated to Mercury retrogrades happening related to just a few areas of life. And a couple caveats to that as well. So, say in your birth chart you have Mercury retrograde, you don't have to worry as much. Mercury retrograde 3 times a year, those are actually more favorable fine times for you. And similar to Venus, if you have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, the Venus retrograde at the end of 2026 also might be a time that is not only just fine for you, but maybe even favorable or having really important things happen for you. So everyone's going to have this astrology land on them a little differently, but definitely the polishing, the refining that these retrogrades do, in addition to the snafus and the difficulties that they do, that's going to be happening for Venus in 2026 in your 11th and 12th houses. So Venus is going to be rethinking, reimagining, reconceptualizing maybe friends or groups, doing things differently with friends or groups. Maybe just an approach to friends that is changing. Maybe you're trying a new activity together. It could be anything neutral to fun to not so fun, but just make sure you're all showing up at the right place at the right time. This is going to be October, November in quarter 4 of 2026. So make sure any of your fun friend gatherings around that time, everyone's got the right details. The 12th house is more hidden matters. It's our internal landscape, the work that we do inside. It is spiritual, emotional, and mental health practices. The 12th house is suffering and its navigation, as well as witnessing the suffering of others and helping other people with that. So, Venus retrograde, bringing together topics of friends with all of that stuff. Well, it could be some reconsiderations around the spiritual life and how friends fit into that. Maybe you are having some recapitulations or thinking about something regarding spiritual groups that you're a part of, or friends or groups where you do things together that really help support your mental health or emotional health. Maybe you got some yoga friends or something, and maybe there's some reconsiderations about that. The 12th house is also, this could be service work around marginalized populations, people who are oppressed by society. Sometimes the 11th house is organizations, and the 12th house are populations who are underserved, who those organizations are helping out. So if you do any professional or service work that helps out people who are suffering, maybe that Venus retrograde is going to be something about those topics. But in any event, these 2 buckets of different topics, they're going to be interwoven in October and November. So do your best to take care of yourself and others during that time, and know that there's going to be some changes, some shifts during October, November, and they might be very constructive. So that's Venus retrograde and Mercury retrogrades, and that brings us to our next planet, Jupiter. And they're going to be spending 2026 across Cancer and Leo. And so as I record this, Jupiter is still in Cancer. For the first half of 2026, they will remain in Cancer, helping to stabilize, support, or grow your 8th house, which has to do with other people's resources. So it could be other people's money growing, other people's resources growing. Jupiter in your eighth house might be that other people might have more help for you or more assistance. If you need to apply for any aid, apply for any assistance, now is the time to do it in 2025, the second half, and the first half of 2026. That when Jupiter is in your eighth, that's when you might have better luck applying for any kind of group aid type of thing, whether that's from your government or a community resource or even individuals in your life. Other people may have more help for you right now. The eighth house is also taxes and debts. And so Jupiter might have been helping out with those topics over the last 6 months and will continue to for another 6. And the eighth house is also inheritance, death, end of life topics. So when Jupiter is here, it's helping us navigate those, helping us learn more about all of these things, helping us learn about complex finances, inheritance. So if any of that's been going on, the wind is at your back. There's some help or assistance with those more heavy, difficult, and just kind of dry topics. The eighth house is sharing, collaborating. So again, I'm going to be talking about some difficult things with Saturn in a minute and Neptune. And we know retrogrades can be challenges, but Jupiter is going to be where there is help. So just remember to look at where Jupiter is. There's going to be some help over there in the eighth until June 30th of 2026. And then Jupiter is going into Leo. And Jupiter in Leo, that's going to be in your ninth house of a bunch of different topics. So the ninth house, where Jupiter is going to be helping, it's going to be your advanced and continuing education. So if you're doing, whether that's formal or informal, any kind of continuing education, Jupiter's helping with that. And this is going to be for the second half of 2026 and the first half of 2027. The ninth house is also long distance travel, far away places, issues around passports or visas or any of those type of documents. Jupiter could be helping during this period of time. So ninth house is also publishing, mass communications. So it's also going to be a good time to do those things. And what am I missing? Advanced education, mass communication, publishing, long distance travel, beliefs and worldviews. Okay, so personal philosophies, any kind of religious belief you have, worldviews that you have. Jupiter is going to be expanding, helping you learn even more, understand even more thoroughly what you believe over the next year. So between mid 2026, mid 2027, squeeze the juice in terms of expanding your mind. Now, at the same time that Jupiter is increasing and expanding and growing in the ninth, the South Node brings almost the opposite influence to that same place. So the South Node is decrease and loss or letting go of something. So then it's not as simple as just saying, oh, Jupiter's going to increase and grow, because we also have this diminishing or decreasing influence. And it's also not as simple as saying, Jupiter brings stability, because the nodes here are where the eclipses happen. And these are notoriously unstable. So I kind of wonder if the lack of stability that the South Node is bringing, the instability, Jupiter may just be trying to stabilize that in some ways. So I almost wonder if we need to temper our expectations a little in terms of the growth. But I think what could be happening that could be very constructive is, say, that the South Node is that letting go of things, of ways of doing things, maybe even getting rid of old stuff. And in that space, in that gap, there is room for something new or better or more aligned to come in. And then Jupiter very quickly provides opportunities or something to fill that space. So it could be very helpful in a lot of ways, or a really interesting combo. And then if we're talking about decreasing influence with the South Node, over on the other end, we have increasing influences from the North Node. And I mean, maybe that's confusing because I was just saying, well, Jupiter is also increase. But the difference between these two types of increase is that Jupiter is more stable, even keel growth, very level growth that's sustainable versus when it's functioning well, versus the North Node is more chaotic, uneven growth. So there is this increasing focus on the third house, and this starts after July of 2026. So the second half of 2026, we get Jupiter in Leo. And the second half of 2026, we also get these nodes changing signs. And they're going to bring the eclipses to this axis of learning and travel and communication and belief. So speeding up plot points, speeding up the pace of change around what someone knows, where they're traveling, how they're communicating. So much more focus in 2026 into 2027 as well on third house communication, writing, short distance travel, the general mobility of your body and the ability to move around. That's third house. So focusing on that for some reason. The third house is also a bunch of people who are not your parents, siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, in-laws, neighbors, familiar people. For whatever reason, they might be more they might be more in your life, taking up more focus or more time for some reason. So that could be a north node and the third thing. And then finally, this is the embodiment of your belief, how you act out all your big beliefs and worldviews. Are you going to a church or a temple or practicing some other type of belief? There might be more focus on that in the latter half of the year moving into 2027. So watch for the eclipses in these places. And they're going to be moving off your angles, which I usually like to see that in general when the eclipses are happening in the 4th, 10th, 1st, 7th. It's just much more destabilizing versus in some of these more quiet houses where they're not as loud. Sometimes the eclipses here can just, in general, dial down the volume on them. So a girl can dream, you know. And on that, let's talk about our last couple points with Saturn and Neptune, because they're also getting out of your angles. You've had Neptune creating confusion in the place of parents' home and living situations for like 14 years. It's been 14 years of a lack of clarity, maybe even deception around family issues, matters of parents, also ancestry, a lack of clarity around maybe ancestry or confusion around ancestry. The fourth house is land, our relationship with the land. So Neptune making that confusing. That's all been going on. Now, on the other side, Neptune is also spirituality, having a more intuitive approach to something. It is forgiveness, interconnectedness. And so perhaps both and, or also Neptune over the last 14 years making parent relationships more spiritual or forgiving or interconnected. Now that's 14 years. For the last 3 years, Saturn has been in the fourth. This is not forgiving. This is the opposite. This is very difficult. So let's hold on that parent relationship thing going well for the last few years. But for the last 14, maybe some of that Neptunian influence. Also spiritual influence in your relationship with the land or how you go about having a home. Neptune creates glamour. So glamour around home or living situations or where you live, glamour around ancestry or family stories, anything like that. Those are all eras that are coming to a close. And now Neptune is bringing all of those qualities of confusion, spirituality, uncertainty, oneness and interconnectedness, blurring of boundaries, All of that coming into the fifth house, glamour, into the fifth house of creativity. So more spiritual creativity, more of a spiritual creative process, potentially more glamour in your creativity or process. The fifth house is self expression. So maybe more glamour or fantasy in your self expression. This is a place of children. So more of a spiritual approach or artistic creative approach to child rearing. More of that one interconnectedness, forgiveness, unconditional love, maybe at best here with Neptune around topics of children or child or parenting. The fifth house is also romance, dating, it's sex and sexuality. So maybe there's going to be more of a spiritual kind of identification around those topics or using intuition or spirituality to navigate those topics. Maybe even some glamour around date night. So that could be fun in a lot of ways. Now, Neptune can be a little bit too much of the fun things, and then we are in a place of fun. The fifth house also includes vices, ways that we might have too much fun, and Neptune can increase that, so be careful out there. It's a slippery slope. And finally, the fifth house, rest, the ways that we rejuvenate, the ways that we restore ourselves. Maybe that's getting a bit more spiritual in nature. And finally, with Neptune, confusion and a lack of clarity around all of these topics. So, for the next 14 years, reading all the fine print around dating and people you're dating, sex, sexuality, over communicating. If you don't never assume, no assumptions, no expectations, only possibilities. Because Neptune is an expectation machine. And often on the other side of that is disappointment. No implicit agreements for the next 14 years, only the most explicit agreements. Neptune can be very tricky. So just making sure that we're not getting that deceptive side of Neptune, especially when you're trying to date or find a mate. I think that's all I have to say about Neptune in the fifth. I have a bunch more content, many more videos linked below. I have one on Saturn and Neptune, one on Saturn's ingress into Aries for each rising sign. I have Saturn in Aries rising sign horoscopes, and a third one. So check out all of that other info if you want more of a deep dive on what Saturn's experience in Aries is going to be like. However, a couple cliff notes. So Saturn has been in your fourth house of parents, home, and living situations and private life for the last 2.5, 3 years. So since March of 2023. Saturn entered your fourth house. And so, as much as I was saying, yeah, maybe Neptune over the last decade has been doing some things to those parent relationships, I would say that Saturn over the last 2.5 years has probably been a stress test to those relationships or a coming into more of a mature, older expression of those relationships. So, the classic adult child coming into a new relationship with aging parents. That would be a very classic Saturn through the fourth house type transit. Um, Delays, burdens, challenges around living situation or living arrangements, difficulties in connecting with ancestry potentially, but also Saturn can denote getting help from old or ancient things. And so over the last 2.5 years, either challenges with ancestry or maybe even gaining some benefit from something really old or ancient, which could be like grandma's meatball recipe, I guess. But overall, Saturn is a challenge. They're leaving your fourth. So I hope your parent relationships feel better. I hope that your home and living situations feel less stressed or lacking. I hope there's less distance or need for healthy boundaries around fourth house people or situations. So hopefully those areas of life improve after February 13th when Saturn leaves Pisces. And then Saturn's moving into your fifth for 2.5 years. So it's not forever, but it is a little longer of a transit. And so Saturn will be maybe bringing a lot of responsibility. Maybe you had a lot of responsibility with fourth house living situation or parents before. Now that responsibility planet is moving into the place of children. So more responsibility around children, more responsibility around creative work if you're a creative person. This could be, I mean, it takes so many things to tell when someone might have more likelihood of having a child or not. But sometimes Saturn in the fifth happens when people become parents because it's a lot of responsibility and commitment around children. So take that for what you will. Saturn can be responsibility or commitments around dating, taking dating very seriously, taking relationship or sex or sexual health very seriously, having a regimen, taking prep, doing what you need to do to have healthy, safe boundaries around sex and sexuality. That can be a really constructive way that Saturn comes in. Looking on the difficult side of Saturn in the fifth with dating, this is slowness with dating, taking things slow, challenges with dating, issues with pacing. Someone wants to go faster, someone wants to go slower. Maybe you want to go faster or slower, and you're kind of fighting with yourself about that. It can be rejection or loneliness or things not working out with dating. So just know that this is done April of 2028. It's not forever, but it's not the easiest weather for trying to date. It's not the easiest weather for trying to do any fifth house thing with a sense of ease. So if your creative practice becomes a little stiff or serious, you might have to try extra hard to loosen up a bit between now and April of 2028. If it's hard to find rest, you may have to schedule in, structure in rest, those fun fifth house things. So, all to say, best of luck with Saturn in here. And remember that really Saturn in a trine with Jupiter up here, Jupiter is not held back, really. They're able to do all of their growth, expansion, opportunity, stability. They're able to try to do those things without too much impedance from Saturn. So that's one thing about 2026 I really like compared to 2025 is whatever Saturn is doing, I think it's going to hit your chart, other things considered, hopefully better than it did last year. Because last year you had Saturn on your angles, sending a square directly to your ascendant. Just anything in the first, fourth, seventh, 10th is going to be a bit more impactful. Saturn, even though they're going to be challenges, they're in a trine with your life force. It's not as diminishing to the life force as I feel like it might have been last year. So best of luck in 2026 with it. And of course, you can always comment below or send me an email if you have any questions. aligninlightastro@gmail.com. Best of luck, Sagittarius Rising. And let's see what is happening with your Capricorn neighbors. Okay, Capricorn Rising. You're going to be having Mercury doing their retrogrades in 2026 across your peopling places. So Mercury is going to be doing their reconsiderations, refining, polishing of your communication, but also all these different places of people. So your important one-on-one relationships, your larger groups or your friend groups, or your local communities, your familiar people. Pretty much everyone who's not your parents is in the third house. So, all of these relationship areas are going to have Mercury retrograde in them in 2026. So, what this means practically for you is that during these 3 periods of time in 2026, especially if you do not have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, especially if and or Mercury is a time lord for you, you're going to want to communicate more, check the fine print, double check stuff, be extra judicious and careful around any interactions with other people during these 3 times of year, which I have listed more in detail in my other 2026 video, which really gets into more detail on each of these transits. So, usually I like to give people the benefit of the doubt in my friend groups, in my partnerships, in my regular communications with people. I like to assume people are smart and that they know and they understand. And only if they, prove to me otherwise do I start to intervene. However, during Mercury retrogrades in 2026, it might be prudent to do the opposite and kind of just assume it'll be helpful to restate something, repeat something, double check that everyone's meeting at the right place at the right time for the right reasons. So that's your Mercury report. And it could also be more of these internal rethinkings, thinking of different approaches to relationships in 2026. And then finally, Mercury retrograde can bring things back from the past, people back from the past. It can have us thinking about or remembering people or groups or friends from the past. So that might be another thing going on. And in a lot of ways, similar caveats for Venus. If you have Venus retrograde in your birth chart, then you don't need to worry as much about Venus retrogrades. They tend to be more of a productive, important time for folks if you have this in your birth chart. For those of us who don't, for those of us who are going to have Venus as a Time Lord, we want to pay extra attention to the Venus retrograde in 2026. It's at the end of the year, around October, November. So it's in the fourth quarter of the year. And Venus is going to be doing their refining and polishing and redoing, rethinking in your 10th and 11th houses of career, life path, public life, as well as the groups or friend groups that you're a part of. So Venus is going to maybe be reconsidering certain elements or approaches to career or friendship. Maybe there's going to be some connection of these places where it could be the colleagues or the group of people that are part of your career. Maybe there's some reconsiderations or rethinkings or retoolings of those relationships. Perhaps there are people or groups or people from your career or your path coming back from the past, coming up from the past for some reason. In general, Venus is about relationships, beauty, art, love, ethics, fairness, the scales, and if they're balanced or not. And so sometimes a Venus retrograde can be a time of realigning our values, in this case, around career and life path, rearranging things in the life to more fit or clearly embody our values or what's important to us. And maybe as well with friendships or groups and how you approach that. So that's what Venus is going to be up to for you in 2026. And then we're also going to be having our other benefic making some changes. They're going to be, well, as we enter 2026 and for the first half of the year, Jupiter will continue to be in Cancer in your seventh house of partnerships, helping stabilize, support, even improve that area of life. And as of June 30th, 2026, Jupiter is going to enter Leo, and then they're going to be helping to support your eighth house. And this is a place of your partner's resources, other people's money and resources. It's a place of collaboration and sharing. So, Jupiter being a planet of goodwill all on its own, and then also stabilizing, helping support any collaborations. I would be careful though, especially if you have a night chart or you have a tense relationship with Jupiter. Sometimes Jupiter can be too much of a good thing, or, they are generosity, and generosity is absolutely beautiful, but it has to be sustainable so that we can be more generous for longer. And if we give too much when we're not ready or we're overburdened already, that's a problem. So sometimes Jupiter in the eighth and seventh can be that generosity extended toward the other, that generosity extended toward sharing of resources, which is really beautiful, but just don't overdo it. The eighth house is also a place of taxes and debts, complex finances. Jupiter is going to be helping stabilize and support and even grow those things. Although sometimes Jupiter can be the growing or expanding of a debt. And sometimes that, usually with Jupiter, it's like a good debt, if there is such a thing. Um, Skillful, kind of strategic debt, maybe a mortgage. Sometimes that happens when Jupiter is in the eighth. And if you have any applications that you need to send in for aid, assistance, the second half of 2026 and the first half of 2027, you might have the wind at your back. You might have better probability of success when Jupiter's in your eighth. This is a place of shared or pooled resources, insurance, state or federal financial aid or support of any kind. All of that is very eighth housey. And when Jupiter's in there, there's the better chance of someone on the other side approving your application. Funds, grants, grant writing, people who have to write those. If you have Jupiter in your eighth, it can be a helpful year to get more of that funding. And then the eighth house is also end of life, preparing for the end of life, death, all of the topics around that, spiritual, logistical, financial, technological, or whatever, all the ways that we have to deal with these end of life. That's all the eighth house. And Jupiter can help us do those things. So if for whatever reason you are in a position where, well, pretty much all of us are, even if you're doing well or your loved ones are doing well, that's actually the perfect time to be taking care of your will and your advanced directives and all of those pre-planning things that we have to do. Jupiter can help get those things done with a bit more ease. And finally, Jupiter is learning and understanding. And sometimes learning and understanding can be really fun and cool and helpful in like a more kind of light and fun way. And other times, the understandings can be really difficult or challenging, but there are understandings. And they are around complex finances, sharing, collaboration, understanding, learning about your partner's resources, understanding or learning about death or end of life topics or inheritance, debts, taxes, all kinds of learning afoot. Or if you are tasked with learning it, this would be the time. Second half of 2026, first half of 2027. Now, it's not as simple as saying, oh, Jupiter's going to bring stability here and Jupiter's going to bring increase and growth here, because we also have the rest of the sky. And the lunar nodes are also in the second half of 2026, moving into Leo and Aquarius. And so we also have this influence of decrease. So that's very interesting. So one of the ways that I was thinking that this could shake out would be that as we have a decrease or a letting go or a removal, maybe, of some kind of debt, say, we'll go with that example, maybe you pay off one debt or one debt is removed somehow, and then very quickly, Jupiter comes in and provides an opportunity for another debt to come in. So, all to say, there might be a letting go of something here and a very quick turnaround in how that space or gap is fulfilled or grows up again. That's going to be very context dependent, whether that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing or a neutral thing. So, it's not as simple also to just say Jupiter is stability, because the eclipses bring instability. And these lunar nodes mark the places where eclipses happen. So if is any instability, if there are unexpected things, or the plot points are just moving very quickly in the eighth house, I think Jupiter might be a lot of help in terms of stabilizing that. But then we're kind of left with kind of a wash. So yeah, it's worth noting that Jupiter is helping here, and this is where, especially later when I'm talking about Saturn, I want us to remember the resourcing. Where is their help? And in general, for the next year and a half, really through the second half of 2027, if you need help, Capricorn Rising, which I know Capricorn Rising is notorious for not asking for help and doing things all on their own because they're very strong and they can do things on their own. Right now is the time when other people have things to offer. Right now, it's like you have the best probability that you're going to have in 12 years of other people saying yes, of other people having something to offer you that would be helpful. So now is the time to ask. Now is the time to apply for the assistance. And last thing, I guess, when Jupiter is in Cancer, so second half of 2025, first half of 2026, it could be your partner. It could actually be your partner that's having the good time. When Jupiter's in the seventh, it could be that your partner is having some kind of growth, opportunity, expansion, learning, understanding. So that's where the help is. Now, if we talked about that decrease or that letting go of something in the eighth, or letting go of an old approach to something in the eighth, whether that be financial or your approach to end of life planning, whatever you're letting go of, there's an opposite side of that coin, which is the North Node, that is more of an increasing influence. And I know that I was just talking about Jupiter doing that. And Jupiter is growth and increase, but in a more stable, sustainable, even way, versus the North Node does increase, but in a more chaotic and unstable way. And so in the second house, there is going to be more of a focus. There's going to be potentially increase in money, resourcing. Maybe it's not your money that's increasing, maybe it's your time. Maybe you have more time than you've ever had. Maybe you have more energy than you've had in a while. Maybe you get motivation or inspiration or something. Thanks, Jupiter. But there's some increase in one's resourcing or an alternative interpretation, if that's not necessarily the case. Another thing the North Node could be doing in the second is really just increasing the focus and the energy in here. For whatever reason, the focus is going to be more on your money, your liquid assets, but also your resources in general. Also, it's worth noting that the nodes here, they change signs into this place of finances and sharing in July of 2026, and they'll be in there for a year and a half, all through 2027. And this could also put just more of a focus, for whatever reason, on your resourcing, your needs, how your needs are met. And I think that's what I have to say about the nodes. So every 6 months, there are going to be eclipses in these places starting in 2026. And so the pace of change with how finances are going, with your approach to finances, might be shifting a lot over the next year and a half. And that can be in all sorts of ways, depending on the rest of your chart and the rest of the situations in your own personal timing. So, my last couple points here, Saturn and Neptune. Now, I have linked below a bunch of information about the Saturn and Neptune transits in 2026. I've got some rising sign horoscopes for Saturn and Aries, a video about Saturn and how they're going to be hitting your natal Saturn once they get in there. And I have a separate video all about Saturn and Neptune. So check that out below if you want to go deeper into that. What I want to just talk about generally right now is the fact that both of these planets are leaving your third house and entering your fourth. We got a little taste of this in 2025, and now both of these planets in January and February of 2026 are going to be switching their influence onto a different set of life topics. So Saturn is really going to be focused in doing their Saturnian seriousness, responsibility, maturity, all of the Saturn things, more with your parents, with parenting, with your home and living situation, with your private life. Saturn is going to be influencing those themes much more. And before I get more into that, I want to mention where they're not going to be. So they're leaving your third. So since March of 2023, Saturn has been in your third house, making things a little bit more challenging, a little bit more serious. Definitely delays, especially maybe with short distance travel or short term travels. Saturn makes things in general more difficult in terms of learning new things or trying to teach new things. Saturn in the third can sometimes be challenges with communication, or even, insofar as it being short distance travel, also your mobility and just how you get around, whether it's car troubles or stubbing your toe. Saturn in the third can be an impediment to something, someplace you're trying to get to. that it's really becoming the end of an era for those challenges. Any issues with communication, those challenges are coming to a close. Particularly on February 13th of 2026, that's exactly when Saturn's going to move over into Aries. And then finally, the third house is full of people, pretty much everyone who's not your parents. So, neighbors, people in your community, siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, in laws, all of those people, maybe they have been a source of responsibility, perhaps some duty and obligation, maybe challenges, maybe just being surrounded by old people all the time. Whatever's been going on with those people, neighbors, community members, family members, those challenges, those delays, those whatevers are also moving on. If you've had a lot of responsibility in your communities or a lot of responsibility in your family, your chosen family, that is also that we're that is also moving on. So, end of an era, and now Pisces is going to be totally clear. And in this space, who knows what will come in? So hopefully something more easeful. And maybe some of the third house things that you have been doing, maybe they will continue. So, say if you've been part of a certain community, you may continue to be part of that community, but maybe it will just not be so hard. Or if you are in a learning path where you've been learning a new thing, maybe you're going to continue to learn that thing, but maybe now it's not going to be so hard. So I'm really hoping that whatever the third house things are, communication, learning, travel, all the third house people, hopefully whatever it is, whether it continues or not, it'll be a sign of something more easeful coming in. I dig it. Um, Saturn is also healthy boundaries and discipline and commitment. So they do a lot of, more favorable things too. But now they're going to be moving into the fourth. And so any big responsibilities, duties, that might be more present in a parent, particularly if you have responsibilities around parents or parenting or family, responsibilities around home, the living situation in general. Saturn can be more responsibility in terms of the land that you're on and responsibility with that land. The fourth house is also your private life. So the responsibilities and the duties in your private life that a lot of other people might not really know about, that might be more prominent. Saturn is also delays, challenges, obstacles with parents, family, private life, challenges, delays, obstacles with ancestors. Or maybe, other side of that, you could be getting really serious and committing to some path of learning things about ancestors, getting really serious and committed about your relationship with the land. Saturn is the lord of agriculture, after all, and they are in a place of the land. One side thing to note too, if we just put everything that we know about Saturn on a shelf and just pretend like Saturn isn't Saturn, what we can remember is that Saturn rules your first and your second house. And this is stuff I go more into in my Saturn rising sign horoscope even further. However, I want to renote it here that, dear Capricorn rising, you are Saturn. And so wherever you are in the chart, that's just generally going to be more of a focus for you. And that doesn't mean you're not gonna not be doing third house things. You might still be doing a lot of things in your community or learning and teaching or communicating or writing. You might still be doing all of those things. And maybe with Saturn out of here, they're going easier and better. And so maybe they're not the on the front burner because maybe they're just being really functional or something. And it doesn't take up like all of your bandwidth anymore. And so then you're able to free up your focus now for the fourth house. So more focus on your private life, more focus on parents, the land, your home, your living situation, your family. That might be more of the focus between really February and April of 2028. So, yay, Saturn. They're around, they're doing things, and a lot of your experience is going to be flavored by some other nuances and modifiers, but Saturn's changing signs. Neptune is also changing signs. And so Neptune, for the last 14 years, has been in your third house of communication, learning, teaching, short distance travel, all the third house people, bringing spirituality, a spiritual angle to all those folks, those third spaces that you've been hanging out at, things you might be discussing or learning or talking about, maybe very esoteric or spiritual in nature. And now that era is coming to a close, and those spiritual notes are making their way more into your family life or private life or into the foundations of your life, imbuing themselves in even more of the undergirding of who you are. Neptune might be bringing a spiritual note or intuitive approach to how you connect with ancestors or ancestry or the land, the plants around you. I think Neptune in the third also, the plants in the environment around you. And there's just a continuation of that increase. It's a dissolving of the borders. And so the dissolving of the borders between self and space, self and land, self and other, self and plants. Neptune's doing all that. So that's going to be now in the fourth house for 14 years. This is also potentially confusion or lack of clarity. This is where, especially if you're renting or buying a home, not skipping the inspection, double checking everything as best as possible. If you're someone like me, run 3 forms of divination on everything. Just anything involving your living situation, any kind of lease agreement, any buying of a home, don't leave anything up to chance. Neptune can be hidden stuff, deception, shenanigans in general. I don't want to scare anyone, but that's what's going on there. It's like you no longer have to deal with that kind of confusion in your community, maybe, but now it's in the fourth house of home and your living situation potentially. Um, the fourth house is also parents, so any kind of confusion or uncertainty around those relationships or around them in general. Maybe having to clarify, repeat, you know, do all the communication things and tools to try to be as clear as possible. And yeah, so in some ways, Neptune's going to be really helpful. In other ways, it's going to be a bit challenging. So everything, a coin with two sides. Saturn is a bit of an antidote to Neptune. So it's interesting, this first 14 years that Neptune is in your fourth, the first 2.5 of those, we get Saturn almost acting as a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of a leveling agent that says, okay, here's a bunch of potential fantasy and glamour and allure, and maybe things aren't real. And Saturn says, no, what is real? This house seems to be too good to be true. This rental situation seems too good to be true. And Saturn is going to be here helping us with discernment really for the next 2.5 years, saying, nope, I'm not going to take that at face value. So there's some mixed bag of things here. I think that's it. I think that's all I have to say. We covered some of the inner planets. We talked about Jupiter and how interesting that's going to be in tandem with the nodes. And then also, we talked about where some of these influences of Saturn and Neptune are leaving and where they're going. So, best of luck with all of it. Of course, if you want more details, there are links to deeper dives into various transits below. And of course, the other 2026 video is available with all of the dates and everything kind of laid out in different organizations. All right, best of luck, Capricorn. Let us speak with our Aquarius friends. Okay, Aquarius risings, you are having the Mercury retrogrades happen for you in 2026 in your vocational triangle, the second, sixth, and 10th houses. So Mercury is going to be doing their reconsidering, refining, polishing of your areas of money and resources, labor, career, your needs, how they're met, your health, how that ties into the path. So some really foundational undergirding things in a life are up for a little bit of a review, a second look as 2026 progresses. And if you have a Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, you can dial down any threat kind of assessment of Mercury retrogrades. They're usually going to be experienced as more favorable for you, as well as if Mercury is not a time lord for you during any of these, then you don't need to worry about that. Uh, Similar caveats for Venus. So, Venus is also going to do a retrograde in 2026 in the fourth quarter, October and November. And if you have a Venus retrograde in your birth chart, you don't really need to worry too much about the more unfavorable qualities. Usually, folks with this in their natal chart experience the retrograde as favorable, neutral, not as bad. Likewise, if you have Venus not as a Time Lord, so you don't have Venus as a Time Lord this year, then you also don't need to worry too much about this retrograde transit. But if they are your Time Lord, or whether or not it is that way in your birth chart, it's worth looking at and paying attention to. And it's going to be happening across your ninth and 10th houses. So, Venus, reimagining, changing, having a second look at how they're operating the places of publishing or mass communication, how they're maybe putting their words or ideas out there, a change or refining or polishing of any advanced or continuing education, things coming back from the past sometimes with retrogrades. And so, um, I guess I missed this with Mercury retrograde. When Mercury's retrograde, they may be bringing things up from the past in terms of those places we mentioned related to resources and work and the life path. Venus might be bringing things back from the past related maybe even to your academic path, things that you've mass communicated in the past, for better or for worse, may come around again. Sometimes it's that tweet that just keeps being reshared or whatever. The ninth house is also a place of long distance travel. And so Venus is going to be reconsidering, rethinking those things at the end of 2026. Maybe things coming back from the past for some reason around places that they have gone in the past. And then the ninth house is also our beliefs, our worldviews. And so, again, around October, November 2026, we're going to have Venus taking a second look at things that they've learned, their understanding, their beliefs, their philosophies. That might be getting a once over at the end of the year. And then finally, if you have any passport, visa, bureaucratic type things you need to be doing at the end of the year, be careful, give it extra time. This is not when I would apply for a passport and expect it to come back quickly around October, November of 2026. If you're doing any long distance travel at the end of the year, leave early, give yourself extra time, and be careful around public life, reputation as well. October, November, there could be some challenges, snafus, even just typos, it could be really little things like that, but it could be bigger. So just do your best to pick your public battles wisely, dear Aquarius Rising, at the end of 2026, because Venus is doing a retrograde and Mercury is also doing some retrogrades that year in a very public part of your chart. I think that's it. And I think I didn't mention publishing. Publishing and mass communication kind of related to what I was just saying, the public, what you're putting out there. Um, Make sure with the end of the year, if for whatever reason anything is being published or you're trying to even post a blog or something like that, it doesn't have to be a big thing, but be extra careful with those things, double check things, look for typos. If there are delays or issues with publishing at the end of 2026, that is another kind of retrograde thing that could happen. I think that's all I have to say about Venus. Let's move on to our other benefic, who is going to be spending 2026 in your sixth and seventh houses. So, as I record this, and for the first half of 2026, Jupiter is going to continue to stabilize, support, help out the sixth house of health, disease, recovery from disease. Jupiter is going to be in here for about a year and also helping stabilize, support any pets or animals in your life, as well as helping with labor, finding jobs, that sort of thing. So that's going to continue until June 30th of 2026. And then Jupiter is going to move into your seventh house of partnerships, whether that's a marriage partner, business partner, any kind of like business associate, a client, a patient, even maybe one-on-one best friendships. Jupiter is coming in to help provide a little bit more stability, support for those relationships. Jupiter is also bringing a lot of understanding and learning. And in the seventh house, the partner themselves may be the ones who are benefiting. Maybe the partners are getting some kind of help, or maybe they are learning or understanding things. So something is being supported or stabilized. There's some learning, there's some help. And this also goes too for, let's say, Aquarius rising, that you need help sometime, especially the second half of 2026 and the first half of 2027. If you ask someone else for help, you're more likely going to get a yes. You're more likely going to get help or an affirmation or even some encouragement or support. So don't be afraid to ask for help. I know sometimes the Saturn ruled charts can be a little Saturn-tastic and not ask for help. But for the next couple years, really, even when Saturn goes into the eighth, there's more likely to be help from others. So don't be shy about asking for help. Jupiter, if they're not just providing stability, they can also expand, provide opportunities, grow things. That is here. But there's a but. It's not so simple because this is not in a vacuum. And starting in July of 2026, we're going to have these lunar nodes moving into a different axes. So the lunar nodes have been in your financial sector for about a half a year at this point, um, about a year actually. And starting second half of 2026, the lunar nodes are going to be bringing the eclipses and their shifts and changes to your relationship sector and the place of yourself. So yourself and the other. That is what is more going to be affected by the eclipses second half of 2026. And while Jupiter provides stability, the lunar nodes that mark where eclipses happen, they are inherently unstable. So I do wonder if in some of this rapid change or instability that the lunar nodes can bring, that Jupiter won't be here just kind of trying to keep things steady. So we may not see at times, I think, the ultimate buoyancy of and support of Jupiter, because they may just be trying to hold down the fort. So that helps. That's great. Thanks, Jupiter. But they are contending with some instability here. It reminds me of how Jupiter had to try to keep things stable when they were in Taurus, and Uranus was also in Taurus. That was like a whole thing when they were here together. So, also, Jupiter can be an influence of increase, whereas the South Node can be an influence of decrease or letting go or removal of something, whether that's, intentional or otherwise. So it's interesting to have both of these themes of decrease and increase together. So I'm kind of wondering if with South Node, if there isn't, maybe an intentional letting go, a pruning, even just a letting go of the ways of doing. It doesn't have to be that you're saying goodbye to all of your partners and breaking up with everyone. It could be, letting go of something about a partnership or a way of doing partnership. Or maybe there's temporarily less time with this person because of whatever reason, because of busyness or travel. I see that a lot. The kind of temporary disappearances or temporary lack of the presence of someone or something. And sometimes it's for very intentional reasons. But what's interesting here is wherever there's a void or a space, Jupiter pretty quickly starts to provide opportunities for something else to come in. Now, depending on what your context is, it will determine whether or not you want something else to come in right away. But Jupiter is providing that opportunity. So it's very interesting. It reminds me too of maybe like how you prune a bush and then very quickly a bunch of blossoms come out of it and a bunch of new sprouts and stuff because you tended to it and it elicited some type of growth response. So It doesn't have to be all bad or all scary here with the South Node and the seventh, but there is an interesting combination of things where it's not as simple as just saying Jupiter is providing stability and growth because there are these competing influences. And the other side of that coin is Rahu or the North Node, who is doing increase and putting more focus on the first house in Aquarius. So, whereas decrease with the South Node, increase with the North Node, and also it's worth kind of drawing the distinction between Jupiter being more stable, sustainable, even growth or expansion. It's more chill and reasonable usually when Jupiter is functioning well. Whereas the North Node is also increase and growth, but it's chaotic. It's not sustainable. It's not as level, even growth. And so that's worth noting that, yep, there's increase in both of these areas, but it's a different kind of increase. And whereas Jupiter is wisdom and understanding, North Node is misunderstanding, corruption, ignorance, things like that. If we're thinking about Rahu in the Jyotish or Hindu tradition, that is not a helpful figure, not a helpful character. And if we put all of that on a shelf, we can see that there's just an increase in focus in the first house. So there's some drawing of maybe more attention to you versus the partners. It doesn't mean that you're not in partnership. It doesn't mean that you're not seeing clients or patients or anything like that. But it could mean that for whatever reason, there just needs to be more focus on you, on your mind, your spirit, on how you're doing, or more of a focus in the second half of 2026, especially in 2027, more focus on you, more focus on your mind, your body, even maybe even more focus on your health. And that might have to come at maybe even a sacrifice or an expense with the other. So the eclipses, while they are unstable, they also tend to bring things back into balance. They bring in shifts and changes, and then by the time they leave a year and a half later, these areas of life are usually a bit more balanced than they were before. So we'll see how that goes, but it's going to be pretty important to watch the eclipses in 2026. The final points I have are around Saturn and Neptune. So Saturn and Neptune are going to be moving from Pisces in your second house to Aries in your third house. And this is going to be quite the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. Saturn, I'll start with, they have been in Pisces since March of 2023, causing challenges, delays, or obstacles with money or resourcing, more hard work when it comes to money or resourcing, having to be much more serious, maybe restrained around money for a few years. And now that era is ending. Also, Saturn is maturity, wisdom, experience. You probably were stepping into that a bit too with Saturn in your second house, and now that maturity, experience, wisdom is coming into the third house. So Saturn's going to mean a few different things. And then thirdly, not just the Saturn constructive things and not just the difficult Saturn things, but also Aquarius, you are Saturn. So we can put everything we know about Saturn on a shelf. You know, all the things about being black clad or melancholy or doing seafaring trades. We can put all that on a shelf and we can actually consider that wherever Saturn is transiting around the zodiac at any given time, you're going to have more focus on that area. So perhaps over the last 2.5 years, you've been really focused on your bank account, resourcing, what your needs are, how those needs are being met, all of that. And now that focus is turning more in 2026 into the third house, which is a whole different set of topics. So, some of those third house topics are going to be around education, learning new things, teaching foundational things. The third house is also about your communities, what's familiar or nearby. That could be more of a focus. Your cousins, aunts, uncles, in laws, siblings, nieces and nephews, nibblings, all of those folks, pretty much everyone who's not your parents, your chosen family. They're all third house people. And maybe those people are going to be more your focus for the next few years until April of 2028. The third house is also mobility, short distance travel. So while there could be challenges around those relationships with those people or challenges around travel, there could also be a lot of structure, discipline, and serious commitment around those relationships or around short distance travel. So it's really going to be context dependent. I could imagine someone getting, a Jupiter in Cancer work opportunity that leads them to having to drive around a little bit more. Or, maybe they're feeling like they want to have more of a part in the life of their third house people and they get a bit more serious, committed, structured in how they're showing up in those relationships. So Saturn could be doing a lot of neat things in the third, but there also could be delays. So leaving early for whatever you're doing, um, making sure that you're careful around communication, speech, any third house, writing, regular communications. Um, there could be delays in that. So just making sure that we're watching and we're seeing where is Saturn showing up with these third house topics, and do I need to just slow down? Do I need to just do the hard thing, put in the hard work, and be Saturn in this instance? Or alternatively, Saturn can say no. They can have healthy boundaries. They can do all of that with your communication. Healthy boundaries with these people in the third. Healthy boundaries around your mobility and what you're doing with your body. All of that could be part of Saturn in the third. And they're again going to be here for 2.5 years. The one thing, as a segue into Neptune, the one thing that I really like about them is that Saturn is realism and discernment in a lot of ways. And that helps to combat the lack of discernment and the lack of clarity that Neptune brings to this area. So while we are going to have Neptune in the communication place, for instance, for 14 years or so, for the first 2.5 of those years, we are going to have a bit of a liaison saying, you know what, though, I'm going to double check that. I'm going to double check that fact. I'm going to repeat myself or over communicate a thing that I think other people are not understanding. So Saturn is going to be helpful in a few different ways, but the third house is going to be a big topic for a few years. Now, Neptune in January of 2026, they're actually going to be the first one to make it back into Aries. And that is going to end that era of confusion, uncertainty around money. It's going to be the end of an era of 14-year time around confusion, uncertainty around what your needs are and how you get those met. So there should be much more clarity and just a clear picture ahead, much more so around money, resources, needs, how those needs are met. And the influence of spirituality as well may wane. So maybe there's less of an intuitive spiritual approach to money or resourcing. Neptune can really dissolve the borders between self and other. And so I can imagine that Neptune in the second can make the bank account a little leaky, not a watertight vessel. And I think that Neptune leaving here, we're going to be able to patch up some leaks, make the second house a bit more watertight. I think it's going to be helpful. However, that influence of both spirituality, which is fine, and lack of clarity, that is coming into the third house, which can afford us a lot of neat opportunities, and also it's going to be something that we need to watch. So the third house, I mentioned a lot of topics already: short distance travel, communication, learning, all of the relationships in the third. The one thing that I missed was the embodiment of belief. So whereas the ninth house is our big philosophies and worldviews and beliefs, the third house is how we act them out. It's how we do them on a regular basis. And so Saturn can be bringing in a seriousness, more discipline around those regular spiritual practices. Neptune might be bringing more of a spiritual, creative, artistic focus to what already is a place that spirituality finds pretty comfortable. So this could be getting even more esoteric, even more into wisdom traditions and spirituality in the regular circumstances of your life. Neptune is also glamour, so perhaps what you're writing or communicating about could be more spiritual or more glamorous for some reason. But just make sure if it is a fact-based, evidence-based thing that you're writing or trying to communicate, that you are checking the fine print, reading up on the sources, understanding where those citations came from. If you're looking, say, at a birth chart and the Rodin rating is A, and you look and see the sources, which say, oh, I heard this from some random guy on the street. Like, no, that's good and that's not good enough. So make sure you're checking the veracity of your sources for the next 14 years, unfortunately. But it depends, if you're doing poetry, if you're writing creatively or artistically, then you don't have to worry about anything. This Neptune stuff is going to be creativity fuel for writing, creativity fuel, because it connects, it dissolves the borders, it mixes things together, and that's perfect for creativity, which is so much about sometimes bringing things together in a way we didn't expect. Neptune is going to be so helpful for that. They're going to be really probably helpful for dream divination. That's a third house thing. Regular communications, when it comes to communicating our love, our unconditional support for someone, Neptune in the third is fine. When we need to communicate about, say, something that needs the correct numbers and decimal place, or if we need to communicate about something that there's no margin for error, Neptune's not helpful. They're not helpful in the material world in some ways. Some ways, Neptune's fog really can cause some problems. So especially make sure that you're on top of that. All we can do is our best. And sometimes, as my mother says, it is not my driving, it is the other drivers on the road that we are concerned about. So this could be the other people around you might be having the confusion. It could be the in-laws, the cousins, the siblings, they might be confused. And you're Saturn, so you might be tasked with helping them come back down to reality. So there's lots of ways Neptune can come out, and some of it's going to be useful and awesome, and for interpreting symbolic language, excellent, but not so great for filling out forms for taxes or something. I think that's mostly what I have to say. Uh, yeah, yeah. Best of luck, Aquarius Rising. That was of course, a nebulous place to leave it with Neptune. But we did talk about some personal planets, talked about the nodes, and some of these slower ones. Best of luck. There's a bunch of content below. I have extra videos on Venus retrograde, Saturn's aspects, and transits that they're going to be making once they go into Aries. Check all that out below. And best of luck. I hope 2026 is excellent to you, Aquarius Rising. And last but never least, our sweet, sweet, slippery friends, the double fishes. We got Pisces. All right, what's going on with our Pisces fish friends? So you are having Mercury retrogrades happening in your ninth, first, and fifth houses. And these are places that have to do Mercury's tinkering, Mercury's reconsideration, rethinking, replanning about the self, about the fifth house topics and the ninth house topics. And these are not load-bearing places usually. So I'm hoping that this cycle of Mercury retrogrades, also being in water, which is more of an internal kind of quieter presentation, I'm not sure how loud these are going to be. Um, the first house of self has to do with the health, body, also your spirit and your soul and your identities and all of that. So Mercury might be rethinking, reconceptualizing some of those things when Mercury moves through Pisces. And in the fifth house, this is a place around children, fun, rest, creativity, self-expression, dating, sex, sexuality. And so when Mercury is retrograding through here, it might have more to do with those rethinkings or recalibrating some of those areas of life. In the ninth house, this is a place of beliefs and worldviews that could be getting recalibrated. Our long distance travel might run into some hiccups. So if it comes to travel, long distance travel, passports, visas, especially around October, November of 2026, give it extra time. There could be challenges or delays. Leave early for the airport. October, November of 2026 is not when I would do any applications for any passports or visas or anything like that. Mercury retrograde. If you have Mercury retrograde in your birth chart, you do not need to worry as much. It probably won't be as bad. And if you have Mercury not as a Time Lord, so if Mercury's not activated for you during 2026, during these retrogrades, you don't really need to worry about these warnings quite as much. Similar caveats for Venus. Venus is also going to be doing a retrograde in 2026 in October and November, actually at the same time as one of our three Mercury retrogrades. But Venus is going to be bringing together topics of your eighth and ninth houses during that retrograde, which is again in October, November of 2026. Now, the eighth house, this place is going to be having a second look taken. Venus is going to be polishing, refining things related to complex finances, sharing of resources. The eighth is also your partner's resources. So it could be your partner's or it's, business partner, spouse, whoever, best friend. Maybe they're working out some complex financial issues in the quarter four of 2026. But something about sharing or reciprocity could come up. The eighth house is also debt, taxes, and death and end of life topics. So there could be things that are being sorted out, um, challenges being worked through around end of life planning, inheritance, sorting out anything like that. That could be going on at the end of the year. The ninth house is more about beliefs, worldview, long distance travel, continuing education, advanced education. So it could be, bringing these areas together, debt or taxes related to an educational path, any kind of financial stuff related to beliefs, how you share with others and your beliefs, all of those topics, all of those topics getting a second view at the end of the year, reconsidering, reorienting, perhaps. Venus often is about relationships, beauty, love, what we appreciate, what we value. Um, Venus is also about ethics, fairness, how we believe relationships should go. So, all of those topics might be, again, getting a bit polished or refined or sorted out at the end of 2026. And again, if Venus is retrograde in your birth chart, these are times when important things happen in life. So if you have Venus in your birth chart, again, the Venus retrograde in transit might be even more of a favorable time for you, or a time when important things in your life just happen, not necessarily more of an unfavorable transit. So, best of luck with that one. And then I want to bring our attention to the other benefic, Jupiter, who is going to be spending 2026 in your fifth and sixth houses. As I record this, and for the first half of 2026, Jupiter is going to be in Cancer in your fifth house, helping you out with rest, fun, filling your cup, rejuvenating yourself. Jupiter is also going to help you or your children with anything related to children. Sometimes it's the children themselves who are benefiting from Jupiter, or the children are the ones who are learning or understanding or growing. The fifth house is also creativity, art, self expression. So, Jupiter helping out stabilize, support, bring opportunities for those experiences. And the fifth house is romance, sex, sexuality, and Jupiter might be helping you out there. So, this is a time when, all other things considered, there's some other challenges happening, with Saturn. Saturn's been in your first and your second, kind of sending those rays down to here. But overall, Jupiter in the fifth is going to be a good time to try to date, find a mate if you need one. If you're trying to conceive, Jupiter in the fifth house, especially a Jupiter in Cancer, especially when Jupiter rules your first house, that's a couple things where usually with fertility astrology, I'm thinking about 20 different things. But Jupiter in the fifth is a nice touch. It can help. So if you need help conceiving, Jupiter in the fifth. That's really good. Jupiter leaves your fifth on June 30th of 2026. So they'll be in there for the first half of the year, helping with creativity, self-expression, rest, fun, romance, sex, all that. And then they're going to move into your sixth house, and Jupiter is going to bring stability, help, growth to a place that has to do with pets, animals. So they're going to benefit more. Jupiter in the sixth is pretty notorious for people getting pets. If you end up having another cat or dog come into your life or another animal friend come into your family, that can happen. The sixth house is also health, disease, recovery from disease. So if you've been struggling with anything, or if anything comes up, when Jupiter is in the health place, it can help people to find a good doctor, a medicine, some kind of therapy that will help with whatever's going wrong. So it's a bit of added protection, but also an added set of solutions if something goes wrong. So sometimes Jupiter, especially in some of these more difficult places, Jupiter doesn't always appear to be bringing like the gifts and the abundance and the big growth opportunities that everyone's always talking about online with Jupiter. In the sixth, they might just be preventing you from spraining your ankle, which then looks like nothing happened. That's the thing with preventative medicine, is it looks like nothing is happening when it's working. So that could be part of what Jupiter is doing in here. So I'm kind of interested to see if it'll even be perceivable, or if it'll just be the prevention of malady or the solution to malady. With labor, this is a place of chores, getting your daily things done, but also where you clock in or pay the bills. So there could be more of a chance of labor here. So if you're looking for a job, Jupiter really helps. So second half of 2026, first half of 2027, we've got Jupiter helping out with labor, pets, and health. But there is a but. It's not as simple as Jupiter providing stability when the South Node is here, providing instability. And while Jupiter is expansion, growth, and increase, the South Node is decrease and lessening and letting go. So I'm kind of wondering if Jupiter is just going to help to stabilize the instability that the lunar nodes are going to be bringing to this place of health and labor and animals. The South Node, also one way that these could be working together is if the South Node is having us letting go of something, or it's the clearing out of something intentionally, then Jupiter could be a very quick turnaround in an opportunity to fill that back in. So if, say, you quit a job, hopefully there would be a lot of opportunities. Or if you lost a job or were let go or something, Jupiter would be more opportunities pretty quickly coming back in. If you got rid of a bunch of like old ways of doing your chores, maybe, or taking care of yourself, maybe you're going to stop doing certain things or letting go of certain ways of taking care of yourself. Jupiter is providing a lot of resources and knowledge and understanding that can help come into that space and be something more or better aligned. So I think in some ways, The south node is just going to kind of be kind of a buzzkill on this Jupiter thing. And in other ways, whatever, like them acting as a pair could be really synergistic in terms of pruning a bush. The example I've been giving is like when you prune a plant, and then because of that, it actually allows the plant to rejuvenate and bloom and make a bunch of new leaves that it wouldn't have made otherwise. So that could be what's going on with your daily life, with labor, pets, health. And on the other side of this, we have Rahu or the North Node, and they are moving out of your first house. So you've been having, the nodes, the eclipses happen in these really important, prominent places in the place of self and other. And so that instability of the eclipses, it's going to be moving out of this place of self and other and moving into a different set of life topics. But one really big caveat here is that all through 2026, we're still going to have a few eclipses that are going to tie in Pisces and Virgo. So you're not off the hook yet. It's not until 2027 that the eclipses and their change, their shifts, that's not going away for another year. But I do think a little bit of the heat is going to be removed when the nodes change sign in July of 2026. So not out of the woods yet, but getting there. And then that point of instability where these eclipses happen, it's moving more into these other more hidden areas. It's moving into these areas that have to do with health and labor and toil and how you take care of yourself. And in particular, if the North Node is increasing focus on the 12th, that means that there's going to be more focus second half of 2026, first half of 2027 on the internal landscape, the internal world, on the mental, emotional, or spiritual health, more focus on solitude or alone time. I hope that that's intentional and not an increased focus in the 12th insofar as one is feeling lonely or isolated, because that could be the other way that this comes out. So make sure second half of 2026 and all of 2027 that you're not getting too isolated, that you're reaching out to people and talking to people. An increase in 12th house things is not usually what we're going for, insofar as life feeling easeful. The 12th can be a great spiritual place. It's a place of spiritual practice. And so maybe this is an increased, practice of all the spiritual, mental, emotional health things that you're doing for yourself, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as it doesn't get to be too much. Sometimes with the North Node, it's not this balanced, measured, sustainable growth of Jupiter. It's frenzied, chaotic growth or increase. So this would be too many mental health practices, too many yoga poses in the sequence, too much whatever you're doing in the 12th, too much alone time. So if any of that's coming up, I would see that as a reflection of Rahu here. It does also put a slight focus here more on larger animals, if that's relevant, on anything that's hidden, trying to sort out things in the internal landscape. Maybe there's just an increased or renewed motivation to sort out the internal landscape. And finally, the 12th house can be chronic challenges, long-standing challenges, including chronic health challenges. So, there could be less of a focus on the day to day and more focus on how am I dealing with this chronic issue. So not our favorite place to have the eclipses run through, but it's going to happen every 9 years or so. And the last couple things I want to mention are Saturn and Neptune, because they're making a big shift out of your first house into your second, which overall is excellent news. I love to see both Neptune and Saturn not in the first or the seventh or the 10th. I don't want them in there. I want the first house to be clear. I want it to be not confusing. I know that Neptune is spiritual. I know that Neptune is like one love and peace and harmony and like unconditional love. Neptune is art and creativity. Great, cool. But honestly, Pisces, of all the rising signs, you have enough. You're fine. You don't need Neptune in your first. You already have the ability to do the one love interconnectedness understanding thing. You already have glamour if you want. It's already in there. What I really get annoyed with Neptune is in so far as I need to understand other people, relationships, the truth. Neptune doesn't help any of that. Neptune does not help understanding of so many things. And in the first, this is Hellenistically speaking, this is your mind, spirit, so the intangible parts of yourself. It's also your physical body. And the first house is so much involved with health and the physical form. I don't want Neptune anywhere near that. I don't want it in the sixth. I don't want it in the first. I don't want it on my sun. I don't want it on my moon because it's going to confuse things with the body. And you know what? Maybe that's cool for being tuned in with the synchronicities and the omens and the spirits, and that's the silver lining. That's the cool part about it. But I don't know if it's always worth the trade-off. So long story short, I'm getting very opinionated. But Neptune out of the first house is a big win in my book, and congratulations. Another big win is Saturn also no longer being in there. And Saturn has only been in there since March of 2023. It's 2.5 years. That alone is also a difficult transit, but at least that can provide some amount of realism, groundedness, discipline, structures, healthy boundaries. Saturn was helping with that, so that was a good thing. Saturn was able to help you maybe say no, have a structure, have discipline, have healthy boundaries. But Saturn also does help us feel mature, wise, experienced, but also old and slow and maybe limited in some way. And so, any of these difficult things that Saturn has been doing in your first house of self or identities, that era is also coming to a close, especially of February 13th, 2026. And now look at this clear, there's nothing in here. There's Pisces. You haven't experienced that for at least 14 years. So, congratulations. And now we're having those influences, for better or for worse, and all of their permutations going into your place of money, resources, your needs, how those needs are met. And so Neptune here in the second house, they are going to be having you maybe taking a more spiritual or intuitive approach to money, maybe a more spiritual or intuitive approach to how you take care of yourself, even in how you eat, how you provide for yourself, physically, materially, or otherwise, or spiritually. So Neptune's going to be influencing you in that way. They're also going to be potentially creating some confusion or uncertainty around money or finances. So, really, for the next 14 years, I want you to be very careful with any kind of financial agreements, reading the fine print, making sure that everyone involved in this financial agreement is very aware. So, this is going to be at worst, and sometimes it's not your driving, it's the other drivers on the road we're worried about, but any kind of deception around money. So, again, just all the reasons to be asking questions and being curious, and anything where there's just not a lot of clarity, just asking as many questions as possible. It's not forever, but there are some precautions to take. And then also when it comes to other resources that you have or other skills that you have, so perhaps your skills and talents that you use to provide for yourself, maybe those become more spiritual in nature, more spiritual skills, or artistic or creative skills that you use to basically get income. And then finally, we have Saturn who's moving into your second house. Now, this is going to be a 2.5 year transit that lasts until April of 2028. And Saturn, who I made a bunch of other content below. I did a rising sign horoscope for Saturn and Aries in particular. Uh, and then second, third videos, all about Saturn's experience in here. So if you want to dive deeper into what Saturn's going to be doing in your second house, definitely check out those other resources. But long story short, there are going to be, of course, you coming into your experience, your maturity, your wisdom around what you know about money, what you know about what you need, and being disciplined and serious and committed to making those things happen. Saturn in the second can also be delays or challenges around money. So it may have to be a time of more restraint, dealing with more limitation around money or resources. So just know that that's coming. We had a little taste of it in 2025, and it's not going to be in here until February 13th of 2026. So you've got a little bit of time to save up any other money. It could also be that you're making money, but you might have to be working harder for it. Um, Saturn can be taking on management roles or responsibility in order to make money here. And it could also be making healthy boundaries around your time, your energy, saying, no, I actually cannot do that. I can do this, but I can't do that. So Saturn can really help with any kind of structure or boundary that might be needed with resources, whether it's your money, energy, or time, and discipline around those things as well. So not all bad. There's definitely going to be some challenges here, but I generally, granted everyone's birth chart is so different, but if I can just not have Saturn on the angles, any of these houses, I just really love when Saturn's not on there. So, best of luck with them in your second. And always remember for the next 2 years your resources. So, Jupiter is helping in terms of finding labor if money is low. And if there are challenges in getting your needs met, hopefully there's some kind of help in the daily realm of getting help with your day-to-day chores or getting help with your labor or your pets that will take a load off so you can take better care of yourself. So there are resources here, even if there's some challenges. Um, I think that's all I have to say. So best of luck in 2026. I hope it goes very well for you. All right. That is everyone. Yeah. Thank you so much to everyone who listened to this video. Remember that the other 2026 video pairs very well with this one. It has a lot more details. You know where to find me if you have questions. My email is aligninglight@gmail.com. You can also comment below. If you want to keep up with my work, you can sign up for my newsletter at www.aligninglightastrology.com. I've got a bunch of links below. And if you sign up for my newsletter, at least quarterly, at least with the equinoxes and solstices. That is where the discount codes are going to be happening. And then final two announcements. I have lowered my fees for tutoring and mentoring. So the price I had for that, it felt like it was too high. I don't remember why I increased it in the first place. So I decreased it. And remember, I also have a sliding scale that is also valid to use with the tutoring and mentoring stuff. Any of my services apply. Um, and then finally, I also added another service. So for 2026 and the year ahead, I wanted to offer another forecasting option where usually my forecasts are very in depth. I have a lot of prep work that goes into those. There's a lot of specific information I give people, and yet I still, in that 75 minutes, have a hard time getting to the deepest, most detailed information, which really starts to give a month by month kind of play by play look at the year ahead. And because I had such a hard time in that 75-minute forecasting session, which it doesn't need to be longer, trust me. 75 minutes is enough time. It's enough. There's a lot of information that happens in that 75 minutes, but I realized I just needed to make a whole separate offering where I can just really put aside some of the more general, wider view things and really just focus on giving people a month by month thing that they can use to strategize and plan their month ahead in that way. It's going to depend on your needs. It's going to depend on what you need for the year ahead, what your questions are. Sometimes people want more of like a 3 to 5 year look, and then we're really kind of zooming out, and I'm looking at more of the larger, longer patterns and narratives in life. But this new offering I have is pretty much the most zoomed in that I can get with my practice at this point. So it's called the Deep Forecast, the month by month Deep Forecast. Check it out on my website, www.aligninglightastrology.com. And if it's too spendy, look at my sliding scale, see if you qualify. A lot of people qualify. And two, if you don't, I have discount codes that come again at least 4 times a year. So I think that's all my stuff. I'm going to be here again every month, all year. Same plan, same bat place, same bat channel. I'm going to be here doing my monthly forecast. I'm going to be here doing my monthly Q&A the second Thursday of every month at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And I plan on finishing my research. I am 100% definitely going to finish my research on the moon under bond. I only have to finish my paper. Most of it's done. I need to write my conclusions and my discussion and make it pretty. And then I need to make a PowerPoint. So those are my next plans. It can be done. I have no other plans other than just hopefully continuing to consult all of you lovely people and helping you navigate your life. So get a reading with me. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The best way to support me is by getting a reading. I would love to read with you. Check it out. And also, I should absolutely make a note. I should have started with this. Thank you so much to everyone who has been following me this year, every other year, any year. I really appreciate the following and the even just people showing up to my live events. It makes it so much more fun and engaging. And I just really appreciate that interaction. So thank you for everyone who has participated in this practice with me for any of the past time. And I look forward to all of the future time doing this. And I hope that everyone has a good 2026. I hope you made it through 2025 the best you could. And we're going to do another year. We're going to do it again. And we're going to do it together. So until then, see you next time.